Hear ye, hear ye. What's going on, realm? It is the Ninja talking to you live on Father's Day. Salute to the fathers out there. What's going on, y'all? Let me know how the levels is sounding. I'm just trying to wake up a little bit. Crazy week, crazy 2 weeks. But good to see some people in there. Let me give shout outs real quick. Roll call in the realm. Rocker Corey, what's going on? Lord Nada, what's going on? Hustler Motivate, my guy. Yo, you be on it, man. I really appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the audio. Six Layer, my man, thank you. You know what I'm saying? Pong Soul, good to see you, brother. You know what I mean? What else we got up in there? 9 lives. Xbox One, okay. He ready. He got the flags out. He's ready. You know what I'm saying? Salute. Blast the bass. Blast the bass. Excuse me. Blast the bass. Blast the bass. Yeah, Hustle, I see you, man. You was there. You be repping, man. I see you up in there in the backlog, showing love. What's up? Shout out to the backlog. It's a great podcast. Lady Era Cuts for the win. Shaw, the homie. You know what I'm saying? Audible. What's going on? Mr. Joanna Dark, what's going on? I want to shout out, we had a new member rejoin. Shout out to Big Mad Mo. Salute, good to see him back in the realm. Trumpets up for him. Good to see him back. But yeah, we're supposed to have a good show today. Gotta see where everybody's at, though. I don't know, there's might be a couple missing in action people. Oh, man. I always smile when I see Montes in the chat. I don't know why, man. That's my bro, man. It's good to see E, man. Shout out to E. What's going on? Yo, if y'all ain't subscribed to E Montes, one of the better Destiny content creators and my Last Word podcast brother, please subscribe to him. And also, if you're trying to get your fitness on, I gotta plug him right quick. If you're trying to get your fitness on, you better be on that Advanced GG, because he got the code out. I'm gonna put the code in there for y'all. Get that 10% off. Use code EBONTES. You know what I'm saying? You need a little energy, you know what I'm saying? And it's official. It's an official product. I ain't gonna front. So you'll check it out. Put it in there for my man. Sign it up. Get that Ebontis code going. 10% off. Advanced GG is official. Advanced GG, if you're listening, you know, I like the product. But let me stop chilling. But all jokes aside, it is a good product. Also, subscribe to Ebontis, subscribe to Cheetah, subscribe to the Last Word podcast. We're everywhere, good Destiny content and all that. Yeah, man. So we're going to try to get everybody in the realm. Rand, I will hit him up, make sure he is good. He is on Chicago time. Attic, I'm not sure if Attic's going to make it. I hope he can. He's got a lot going on. And, you already know, E. You know how we do. Let me see. Solve will be coming, but he's coming in hot. And, yeah, so we intend to have a good show, a lot of good topics to talk about. And Father's Day, y'all. Father's Day. So I will be back, because you know the king will come in here with a theme song and music, and I'm not trying to get no copyright strikes. And by the way, Microsoft, you didn't take care of the bill last week. Let me stop. But there's a lot of people mad at Microsoft that didn't take care of the monetization for their the showcase. No doubt. B. Lou, what's going on? It's late. Tony, what's going on? But good to see y'all. But anyway, I will catch up with y'all in a few minutes while I get people in the room. But good to see y'all bright and, well, not that early, but so what, bright and early. See y'all in a bit.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep
nervous.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just sick of
Keep
this.
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
sick of
that
this.
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now.
Yo, King has arrived, but I want to shout out the Talk Stories podcast. Yo, welcome to the Realm. Salute. I believe I watch y'all content. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. I believe y'all brothers are from Hawaii.
really mechanical.
Salute all the way from Hawaii, man. That's the same Talk Story podcast that I did. Salute to y'all. Welcome to the Rumble and Crest of the Horn. God bless. You know what I'm saying? Salute. We will be getting the Rand up in here. It's all coming hot. See how that is. What's up, Bonds? I see you.
Good up, Bonds. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up. What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up. What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up. What I want to do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I'm addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm doing some super
Keep
nasty
that going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Carnito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right. And we are live. Hear ye, hear ye. Happy Father's Day. Salute to all the patriarchs out there. This is your day. We salute you. You know what I mean? This is definitely something we definitely want to appreciate. I also want to shout out already Michael, a.k.a. BK, Bed-Stuy Finest. I just want to say happy Father's to all the real fathers out there. Also, shout out to the Brooklyn Nets. KD, you played in the
Oh, man. Come on, man. You get ready to go into my stuff. Stop
you
that.
going
Don't
into
do
your
that
bag?
early.
You going
He went there too early, man.
Yeah,
Hey.
shout out to that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of good stuff. A lot of stuff to talk about. But welcome to the Iron Lords podcast and the lordsofgaming.net, episode number 213. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about a special guest, and we've got the E3 showcase aftermath, Bethesda apologizing for exclusivity, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and Xbox Japan's success to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord who has not only been a solid friend to the realm, but whose ascension as a balanced voice of reason within the Xbox community has truly been a pleasure to watch. Whether it be his extremely informative videos or critical analysis of the games industry, all done from an honest perspective. Introducing the creator of the Rand al Thor 19 YouTube channel and co-host of the Xbox 2 podcast, the legendary man with the million, fellow Mass Effect 2 supporter, and Lord of Tomatoes everywhere. Live from the south side of the Shah and making his return into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Rand al Thor 19. How we doing, sir?
How's it going, everybody? COG King addict. It's feels good to be back in the realm, and I got an introduction. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Because usually I just sneak in here, and it's just like, oh, Rand's here, whatever.
That's what happens.
Back door.
But I get a proper introduction.
That's what happens when you show up late. That's what
Listen,
happens.
man.
You don't get introduced.
These intros sometimes take a little time to construct. You family, come through the back door, baby. Like the gangsters. You have like the back door in the kitchen. Like you the fam, so you just come through the back door of the kitchen at a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Just woke up. Rolled out of bed. I had to because you asked me to be on. I don't know how long ago were you like, we got to have you on. It's like a tradition to do a post E3 show with me and my co-host Jez Corden, who couldn't be here, obviously.
Salute to Jez. He's going. I was speaking to Jez. He's going through it. Everybody, send Jez some love, man.
Yes,
definitely
get your recovery
going
on,
through
brother.
it. I know the vertical and other things he was going on, and I know even like the whole busyness of E3 got to be on him as well too. So I told him just rest, man. But now I'm happy that you could make it, Rand. I know you've been making your world tour.
Yeah. I had podcasts every single day this week for the most part. Everybody just hit me up at the same time. You want to come on my show? Talk about E3? So I'll try to, say stuff differently this time than what I've been saying literally almost
every day,
every single day this week. So,
they are throwing the shrimps up for Jez.
Now, so they are throwing the shrimps up and the tomatoes.
Yes, the tomatoes, the shrimps, all that, man. But what have you got a chance to play anything through all this craziness?
I finished Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition, the whole trilogy. Took about a month, over 100 hours.
Nice.
And it is
how we feeling?
It's the greatest. It's the greatest.
It's the goal.
Is there anything that can really top it?
Listen, man, it is what they did was so ambitious for its time, and when you go back to it and you still see that it holds up like really well for the most part, like it's impressive, man. I mean, we always complain about little minor things and which one is better, but as a whole, like still to this day, like no series really has done that, and I'm glad. I can't wait. I'm on too when I get to me, but so like now do you have a greater appreciation for it now that you've got?
Yes. Well, yeah, it's definitely way different when you play them all back to back to back than waiting years in between. And one thing I did finally come to the conclusion on, Mass Effect 1 is the least of the trilogy. Like 2 and 3 are just leagues beyond 1 in every conceivable manner.
What about the world building?
The world, nah, man. Like, what about driving around that Mako in those mountains?
Yeah, it was.
So I did have a deeper appreciation for 3 after playing through it, because I only played through Mass Effect 3 one time, right? I played because I beat all the games on Insanity on the 360, but I did multiple playthroughs. Like, I beat Mass Effect 1 5 times. So when I replayed it, like, I knew everything that was happening, right? It wasn't really something new. I was just going through the motions. But 2 I've only played twice. So that was like still like there was things that happened that were like, okay, I don't really remember that 100%. But when I replayed 3, I only played it once. I didn't remember most of it. So it honestly felt like a new game. Obviously running at 60 frames, so it's all nice and smooth, or 120 depending on if you want to play it that way. It looked great.
Side note, I got a random technical question. On Mass Effect 2, because you're a CX owner like me, are you playing in performance mode or graphical mode?
I was switching back and forth to see which one I liked, and I ended up just on quality mode.
Okay, never mind. There's an issue on, I don't know if it's a CX issue, but on the performance mode on Mass Effect 2, because it didn't happen on 1, where there's like this weird little, I thought I had dead pixels on the side of my CX. I was like, oh no, what's going on? No, I took a screenshot. I was like, what's happening? And then I actually switched it back to graph just to see. And I was playing other games just to make sure it wasn't pixel issue. It's clearly some type of bug. It's a technical bug.
Unlike how the PlayStation, how you got to turn your joint off or do some weird stuff so you can get your stuff out. Like it was okay, all right. It's actually the software, not the hardware.
Anyway, continue.
It didn't hurt the TV. I'm just
know where
making sure TVs out here ain't being hurt.
Well,
anyway,
so
back to your
it costs too much.
So I playing through Mass Effect 3 I was like a new experience for me, since I hadn't played it in like, what was that, 9 years essentially. Issues aside with the ending, because I've never seen the extended ending stuff that they put in for the original.
You've never seen that.
Yeah, with the backlash. So that was cool. I did choose the because the first time I played through the game, I chose the green ending, which is spoiler alert for a 9-year-old game, I suppose. Synthesis, right? This time, I told you I was I chose Femme Shep because I played all my previous playthroughs were Dude Shep, so I wanted something different, right?
Make it a new experience.
And I always kind of went Renegade. Because I always thought Renegade was just a badass way to play through it. Like, you just take no crap. You know, do whatever needs to be done to save the galaxy.
Yes.
And this time I went straight up Paragon. Everything. Every choice.
It was nice.
Yeah, the Goody Two Shoes playthrough. Not as exciting as a Renegade playthrough, but Cog said, he told me, he's like, I'm doing a full Renegade thing. But even he couldn't do a full Renegade because he didn't have it in him. He didn't have it in him to do some of the Renegade choices in one.
There was one. I'm not going to spoil it for the people who stood now. I think Ebontis is in here, and I'm trying to be nice, and because he's playing it now. But the Rack Knight Queen situation, I didn't have the heart to do that. But y'all know what I mean.
But I had the heart to do it when I played it before. I didn't play the remake. I'm not doing. I got other stuff that I'm doing right now to be playing.
And it's not in Game Pass when it's coming.
No, it's not even that. If it was in my warehouse, I'll purchase it. I don't care. But the fact that I do happen to have new games that I'm playing, us taking 400 hours on this old game because Cog actually loves this trilogy and he can't stop blovating about it. Let's continue to talk about this old game. Do you have any new games you've been playing? Oh my God,
Jesus! Look at the slander. Continue, Red.
Do I have any new games? I mean, well, let me talk about the greatest trilogy of all time, King. You're not getting me off.
Exactly. Get back on your
because this old game is better than most of these new games.
Paragon, though. Paragon wouldn't fight back. You would just take it and go ahead.
Yeah, the Paragon would. so this ending, I chose the blue ending, the control one.
Yes.
And honestly, we did the Mass Effect debate on your channel, which is better, and I think it came clearly that Mass Effect 2 is the better game than Mass Effect 1.
Yeah, we reign supreme.
And there's some, I have some.
He's never gonna let that go. This is gonna be a real beat the horse until it's just nothing but glue now. Now he's making glue. He's making glue now.
Continue.
I think 3 might be the best of the trilogy. Honestly,
we talked about this, brother, and again, not to cut you, but I remember playing 3, saying that 2 was the go at that time. And every time I played it, I'm like, yo, 2 is in trouble. Oh my God, this is it. This is the one. And just until I got to the ending, and then remember the context that you don't have was the non-extended ending.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe now, I'll let you finish, with the extended, does your who's the GOAT change? Is it 3 for you now?
I mean, I still have problems with the ending. I still kind of think back into Casey Hudson and all them being like, your choices matter and the endings are going to be different, and they were all virtually the same with just a color coding difference. It's really the gameplay, like the evolution of the gameplay and how much better it became over time. Some people will say it became less of an RPG and more of a third-person cover shooter, which I suppose is true, but the RPG elements weren't very good in the first one anyways. So I'm glad that they dropped that. No, but there was a lot, I think maybe it's because it felt new. I didn't remember most of it. So I was like, oh man, you do go to this planet and this does happen. That's so cool. And playing all the DLC, like doing the Leviathan DLC, doing the Citadel DLC, which is this complete fan service before the end of the game instead of a year later after it released,
I think all that stuff works well when you can get a complete package opposed to waiting months on end for DLCs to drop and for them to fix an ending and just other aspects of it. And you had all 3 games, so being a completionist that you are, I know sitting there and going from one game to the next felt really good, opposed to waiting a couple of months.
And you know what felt really good? Finishing 1 to go on to the GOAT. Dude, it's like I gotta get to 2 and 3. Let me get through Mass Effect 1 as quickly as possible. And I know the struggle, Cog.
Brother, it was the game crashed on me a few times at the end, and I had a lot of technical issues with the Mako. I was being nice. I got mad clips. If anybody,
I didn't hear anything about this. The game was crashing, huh? This is what you say.
It was some things.
Which one? Which one?
Oh, the first
one was crashing.
Wow, crashes. Yeah, wow was. But
crazy.
We gonna move on. But good to see that my man Rand got that done and getting any new games for King played, or that's been pretty much it.
He said no. Just the 3.
I did start Ratchet and Clank.
Okay.
I'm like an.
Yeah. Well, save it for the topic. We got that as a topic. Save it.
It is a topic. I'll give a hint. It's just I've never been the biggest Ratchet and Clank fan.
Okay.
Right.
Huge fan. Okay.
I guess I'll say it's not Mass Effect.
Okay. I don't know what that means.
It's just weird. Like when you play a masterpiece, right? Like what Mass Effect is, and then your next game after it just
isn't one,
doesn't compare to it. So I don't know. I need to reset my.
You need to reset, yeah, because it's different genres though. Come on.
Well, it is different genres, and I'm just playing, and I'm like, where's Commander Shepard?
Where's Commander?
Yeah.
I'm done with
okay. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what you do. You just spend 100 hours playing Mass Effect, and then you start something else up that's different, and I'm just like,
Yeah, I get the similar thing. I understand.
Let me get these super chats because a lot have flown in. And not here yet.
And I do apologize. Oh, I'm getting my prescription shades.
Okay, yeah.
So we gonna because if this situation ever happens again, I can definitely jump in and save my dude.
I appreciate that. That's cool. We got
but right now you're on your own.
I'm on it.
Hey guys,
I don't got the smooth saw voice, but I gotta make up.
These shades, I can't see anything.
Shout out to the Flame Follow Super Chat. Good afternoon, Realm. I heard if you say mayonnaise 3 times in the mirror, the lights go out and you hear the man with the million. Okay.
Yo.
Shout out to the Boogeyman. $5 Super Chat. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers on the panel. And in the chat, we won't hold you hostage today. Well, thank you. Much love, Lord. Much love.
That's you said you won't hold us hostage.
That's true. That's just him.
That's just you.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes in the end.
Don't know how it might be.
Shout out to Eagles fan 76, $20 Super Chat. God Howard was so displeased with the humans on Earth that he decided to make it flood games, so he had Phil and Sarah build an arc called Game Pass so that all didn't jump in, get washed away in $70 game. The Book of X. Messy.
That was good.
That was good. Got descriptive. Shout out to Katie K, $2 Super Chat. Happy Father's Day, Lord. Salute. Much love. No doubt. I see Lord Paris in there. Happy Father's Day, brother. Good to see you.
I got something special for you, Paris. Stick around.
No doubt. J-Dubs a Shield, $20 Super Chat. Happy Father's Day, fellas. I got my ILP banner gray and mugs. Salute. Can we take a moment of silence for the Sony crazies losing their over Xbox advertising? For your information, Lord Cobb, you sound low compared to the rest of the panel. Okay, I will turn myself up a little bit. I only keep myself low because my laugh is loud, and people complain that my laugh is too loud. Shout out to Fat Boy Horror. Damn, that jumped real quick. Let's get that Fat Boy Horror with the £5 super chat. Heresy, Rand Heresy. Mass Effect 1 is the GOAT. Do you have to answer for that, sir? Do you have any
we even got Ainsley to admit that Mass Effect 2 is better in the secret DMs before I went on the Season Gaming's Bitcast.
Say something in secret DMs. It's called secret DMs.
No doubt.
I was like, you know what? I won't come on Bitcast until you tell me Mass Effect 2 is better.
You held him hostage. No, that's why
you were there, Cog. You were there.
I was there. I saw the messiness. Shout out to Zork. I see Zork up in there. What's going on? What's up, Fonz? Talk Story Podcast. Again, salute. $2 Super Chat all the way from Hawaii. My brother Stoke to finally hop on. Love and happy Father's Day. And then we got Forte. Gaming Forte with the $5 Super Chat. After the show, Rand go to sleep. Deja vu definitely kicked in through this week. Glad to see you back in the realm. And as always, hey King, hey Boo Boo,
hey Forte.
Oh man, and we got Kid Smooth, the best by $5 Super Chat. Shout out to Aaron Greenberg for the I'm Not Sorry in his combo. We gotta talk about it with PeteHines. Kid Smooth was on it today. We will discuss it, but that's all I got. Let's get into it. Now, obviously, Lord Addict, hopefully, and Lord Saw will be joining in progress. Salute to them. A lot of things going on with them, but we still have the Incredible Hulk of this, a.k.a. the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox. King of the statue. You making me laugh. Stop that. King of the statues who demands nothing less than the premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. First and foremost, I would like to say happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, all the mentors out there, all the grandfathers, uncles, cousins, somebody who's taking the time out to be that figure, that's something that is needed in a kid's or a person's life.
Yes.
You know, you don't have to be a child to get great conversation or just being there for somebody. So you two are valued. I put a video up on Twitter, I put it up on Instagram, and I put it up on Facebook. Please check it out, share it out to somebody. Some people need to hear these words.
Facts.
First, I would like to say to Paris Lily,
oh yes,
man,
let's give it
sir,
up.
I was so proud of you and that show. Really, without words. I was on Breakfast with Boom on Friday, and you hit it out the park. It was a welcome surprise when you stepped on the stage.
Yeah.
You know, I have a theory on a lot of shows and stuff, but I just really wanted to say you did a fantastic job, and it was incredible seeing you up there, handling it like a pro. It was great.
No doubt. He put the prayer hands in the chat for you, man. Yeah, and let me double down because I know this is your segment.
Yeah, go ahead.
But it's really important. It's really important that, you know, as content creators, we celebrate each other's blessings. We know what's going on in the world today. Obviously, when Paris was on, we talked about it, and the opportunity for content creators of color and celebrating each other's blessings, because one thing is he did a phenomenal job. You know, and that should inspire us all to work harder. You know what I mean? So forget all this pulling each other down stuff. Let's build each other up. And when I see stuff like that, I'm just, man, he's killing it. Shout out, we got to shout him out for getting this boy Kai. Kai can't cook with the control. That was the ultimate roast.
Yeah, I was like, wow. Yo, even my daughter looked over and was like, wow. He roasted his boy on TV.
I couldn't believe Xbox was complicit in a murder.
Right? It was a body level.
I mean,
and he had a prop with it. Like he did it with a prop. Nothing better when you could use props.
It was clean, man. It was good. Back to you, King. But we gotta give Paris his roses for sure.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so from Friday until Saturday, we had a great weekend of fights. I'm going to start with the lesser fights. We had Julio Cesar Chavez fighting Camacho Jr. in an exhibition fight. But Julio Cesar Chavez, shout out to the great GOAT of Mexican fighters. He's probably singly the greatest Mexican fighter who's ever lived. And he looked in phenomenal shape. He gave a great account of himself.
Yes.
It looked beautiful to watch. Then I got a chance to see his lineage, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. fight Anderson Silva, and this is the reason why his father had to come out and defend the family name, because his son Zabam.
Anderson came through.
Yo, shout out to Anderson Silva, looking like he does this. It was beautiful. I want to give a shout out to Javier Moguia. He won his fight by knockout. Also, Gabe Rosado, who fought a dude named, his nickname is the Bully. All right. And he slept. He was supposed to lose that fight. He slept this boy with a right hand, the same way Pacquiao went to sleep. He slept this dude with a right hand. He was coming in, and it was the most immaculate, probably knockout of the year. But I have to give the biggest shout out to Jamal Charlo.
Okay, the Charlo boys.
This is the heavy. This is the one that's in middleweight, the middleweight brother. He went out there and he fought a fight with a guy who came to fight, who wasn't gonna leave. When you have silk sheets, it's hard to get out of the bed to train.
That is true. You start making that money. You know how I get.
When you have Ferraris and Bentleys coming to your house off of flatbeds, I've always told people, this is my wish for this is when I know I've made it. When I come out in my bunny slippers with my cup and my robe, and the flatbed is bringing my
Ferrari
car, whatever car it is. I don't care if it's I don't know what age I'm at when it happens. I know it's going to happen. I speak it into existence.
No doubt.
And the dealer is standing there with the keys, and then it comes off the flatbed. And he did that, right? He did so I know he felt at this point he made it, but the dude that he was fighting probably had a Pinto in his garage.
He was hungry. He was hungry.
He's hungry as hell. He had to dig down deep to win this fight, guys. He had to dig down deep to fight this dude back, and he did exactly that. His face showed the wear and tear, and so did the other guy. But this is where you understand who a champion is, and I think he learned a huge lesson from this fight on grit, determination, and what it is to be hungry. And speaking of that same hunger, I felt that I have to dig down deep. So I made that video for you guys today in same fashion that I'm doing this other video.
Great message.
I have a friend in the developer community who sent me his statue, and because he said that I would truly appreciate it. So I'm going to talk about it when it's in the KOS.
Oh, nice.
I have to fashion it a little bit differently because it brought a tear to my eye that somebody I met at one of these conferences and a developer that we hung out with and we talked with in the background.
That's fire.
Respect my content so much that he sent me one of his prized possessions.
That's fire.
To keep, to love, and I told him I'm gonna do the review. He was like, "Yo, you don't have to," but I said I gotta. But he didn't know I love the artist of the statue. I love the statue, and it's an amazing statue. So, what I'm playing right now.
What you playing? Should I just throw the Game Pass logo up now?
You better.
I just throw it up right now.
You better, because Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer has got Dragon Quest into my soul. Attic sees me playing it, and Attic is doing his best on not bothering me while I'm playing. He just checks in to see where I'm at here and there. That game is phenomenal.
So weird to see you go back to JRPGs. I like it though.
Well, I play RPGs anyway, but my son is playing Yakuza Like a Dragon.
There we go.
Right now.
There we go.
Like, and I told him, I said, he's like, Daddy, did you get into this yet? I said, well, after I finish this 100-hour drama right over here, then I'm going to all of the Yakuzas. I'm starting from zero and I'm working my way up. I know you can play it anyway, but this is just. That game is so much fun. If you haven't gave it a chance, if you're into RPGs, just go get it. It was a big splash when it happened, and when it showed up there, I was so content. And then, I'm going to do a lot of other things, but really, to be honest with you, this game has consumed my time, my every waking thought. So when Rand said he finished Mass Effect, and then he went to play something else, and he was like, "Wow, I need Shepard." I do the same thing.
So that's where you
I'm
at.
Like, yeah, I got to get back to the Luminary.
That's what's up, man. Good to see you get rocking, man. Because I know Attic, he loves that joint. See him in the building right now. Let me just do a mic check, make sure his levels is good. Lord Attic, your levels, man. Let me see how you sounding, man.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, sir. I can hear you now. So, of course, we have my co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. Joining in progress, my man, Lord Attic. How we doing, sir?
Yeah, I don't know. I got on and then it just booted me off and was like, "You gonna get this update? You gonna get it right now?
You gonna get this live update on what is it, Zoom?"
It was a Windows update.
Oh, Windows.
So, yeah, I got that the other day too.
Gotcha. No doubt. How you been, sir? I know there's been a lot going on with you. Any chance to any gaming in the mix?
His mustache is waving at us. Hi, mustache.
He lit. You been playing anything, sir?
Not really.
All right. Well, I'm glad you could make it. I know you got a lot going on, so good to see you. Hopefully, Saul will be joining us in progress. And, let me get a couple of super chats real quick before we jump in. Shout out to Beaner, 8127, $5 super chat. David, I know it's your name, but on today, every father is called king. Happy Father's Day to the fellow DILFs. All right, salute. Yes, shout out to Merc 305, $3 super chat. Salute to the homie. Enjoying Father's Day with the Lord. Salute. You know what I'm saying? Oh, somebody just joined too. We're going to get that in a minute. Beaner again, 8127, $5 super chat. Love your work, Rand, but I'm glad I didn't watch your stream live. Your predictions would have spoiled the show as you go. Lord's killed it. Rand, your thoughts on that?
I mean, it wasn't very difficult to predict the things that Xbox was going to show. So, that's. Yeah, true. If you watch my prediction video, it was pretty much spot on for the vast majority of it. But it's all about what me and Cog have been talking about: presentation. How do things show up? Yes, what do they look like? You can put a list out there and be like, "Well, Halo Infinite's going to be there, and Starfield's going to be there, and Project Omen and Project Typhoon." But like, just seeing that on a piece of paper, or hearing someone say it, doesn't really equate to seeing it happen.
Yeah,
and so. But I understand people are a little sensitive to, you know, the whole spoiler culture and like I didn't know the show, so it's like I wasn't. It wasn't like it wasn't like Phil Spencer came down and handed me the list of all the games at the show and I put it in my prediction video. It's just like this is what I think is going to be there, and it ended up pretty much mostly correct. So.
Oh, I wanted to say one more thing. Shout out to the Brooklyn Nets for doing exactly what I thought they was gonna do. I made a boatload of money off you.
Oh, man. See,
I really made a boatload of money off you. I bet against
time on your bets in sports gambling.
God bless. Bye, KD. Bye.
Yo, you stupid. Anyway,
see you next year.
Again, shout out to Beta, $5 super chat. Phil Spencer threw the towel at Sony and said, "Wipe yourself off. The Uber is on the way." Salute to him for being messy. Salute to, should I call the authority? Should I be snitching? Don Gino Pametti. Listen, brother, I expect my 20% cut of all the super chats, so we gonna have issues. Shout out to the Don from out here. I don't know, he must be down with, what's that dude?
Well, I'm the
Joey
king
Bats?
of New York, so if a nickel bag is sold in the park, I want in.
Yeah, Joey Bats and his people in here trying to extort again. Shout out to Gerald Mack with the $5 super chat. All hail the ILP. Shout out to the Lords and the man with the million Xbox for the win. You already know. Salute. Shout out to Dan Lazaro, $5 super chat. All these broke Sony dudes complaining about Starfield ads. Can't even afford YouTube Premium because their games are $70. You messy. Shout out. Oh, welcome, Brian. Can't pronounce your last name. Wilhide? Dark Schneider. Welcome to the Ren, to the Lord Gold. Man,
God
salute.
bless. That's
salute.
right.
So you already
Put
know.
the crest up,
Put
guys.
the crest up right quick. And then we got King Doovie, $5 super chat. Happy Pops Day to all the fathers. I feel blessed that I get to share it with my son on his birthday. Shout out to 27 out of 30. That's those games, those Game Pass games. The Book of X. Salute. You know what I mean? And last one, then we'll get moving. The Percolator. $5 super chat. Remember that song? To the Percolator. Remember that? Hello,
I can't now.
Yeah, remember that?
Time for the percolator.
Time for the Percolator.
It's time for the percolator.
Remember that? Hello, Lords. Have a great show. Just here to pay my Lord tax. Wow. Salute, man. Much love. And, of course, you already know we got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi Lord Cognito. Spreading that rodent around with the ILP. Not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Ibanta. Shout out to The Last Word. We had my man Jixer Clyde up in the building. One of the realest.
That was funny as hell.
One of the realest content creators, man. Great, tremendous story. The man should write a book.
When he said he got the 2 guns and everybody left him, that was real talk.
Yeah, that was real. That's the D1 days when you do the raid and somebody get the Gallahorn and then they get mad at you because you came in last minute.
Everybody leave.
Yeah. Salute to Jixon, man. He's a real one. Love his content and the honesty of that. And also, like I said, salute to my boy Ibantis. He got that Advanced GG sponsorship. Go hit that up, y'all. If y'all want that Advanced GG code Ibantis at the checkout, get that little 10% off. And I've been kind of in my saw bag, just offline, a lot of offline game, a lot of single player stuff. When I have time.
What is it?
I've been doing. Obviously, I finished Mass Effect 1. I moved on to the Gold Mass Effect 2, so I've been doing that. I've been back in my MLB The Show bag, man. I really got back in that. That March to October is by far my favorite mode.
Does it have anything to do with the fact that the Mets is out here killing?
Yeah, the Mets is
Jason DeGrom. Jason DeGrom.
So it's like, the Mets is winning. The MLB The Show, I want to do like 5 seasons. I'm really having fun with that. What else I've been rocking? Oh yeah, gotta shout out Dealer Zorka. I see you in there. Dealer, Kiss Move Addict.
Chivalry 2.
Seize him! That game is the seize him game.
Let me tell you something. All right, so this is what COG does, right? And he knows I hate this, right? I hate when somebody gifts me a game. Yes. I hate it because there's the obligation of you got to play this game now, right?
Let's go.
So he gifts me this game. He tells me that he's going to do it first, and we're on the phone. So he knows if he gets off, he's not going to, because I told him don't do it, right? So he's like, no, I'm doing it right now. And it's a sort of notification on my phone, and the Xbox said, COG sent you something. I'm like, oh. Anyway, so I get back home, and then you know how you don't want to look at the mail, but you got to look at the mail. So I look at the mail, I click it. So I download the game. So my son comes running downstairs like, what you playing? Right? And he sees it. He's like, what's this? Then he sees, because I already did the tutorial, and I get to the time where I'm actually at war now. Yo. I am not gonna lie. The best thing in the world is when you got 3 dudes surrounding you and you just hard chop them. And I took off 3 heads at one time. And I was like,
Yo,
they kill you terrible.
Yeah, it's the most rambunctious Wild out. Red, have you played this yet?
No, I have not.
Red, it is the ultimate party multiplayer game. Like graphically, it's really good. It's very impressive.
It looks nice. Take that motion blur off.
Yeah, take the motion blur off. But it's like it's trying to tell like these fictitious battles. You know, the great battle of this and like it is hilarious.
You didn't tell me that. Okay, so this dude bashed me in the head, right? He had a mallet, right? He bashed me in the head. So I'm on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm like, please, kind sir.
Please, kind sir.
Bro, and they don't care. They're malicious.
It's malicious, bro. Even when you get murdered in that game, and they got so many things you can do. You can storm the castle. You can put so it's crazy, man. So shout out to that team. They're gonna be adding a lot of content. You know what I'm saying? Please, yo, check it out. If you got, it's like maybe $30-40 on the Xbox store. Check it out. It's absolutely hilarious. I got the whole squad play. I got Dealer into it because you know me and him play 2K. And I was like, no, you got to play this drink with me. I got him with me on the battlefield yelling, seize him, doing all this.
You actually got Dealer to play something else other than 2K?
Yes, I
man,
did.
That's an accomplishment.
That is an accomplishment. Shout out to Dealer, shout out to Zorka. They was out there rocking. But that's all I got. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Coco Deck, yeah. Chivalry 2 is the game Coco Deck says. Please check it out. It is hilarious. But anyway, let's get into these topics, man, because we got a lot to talk about. A lot going on. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, it's E3. We done talked about it ad nauseum. Rand done been on every show. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, just the aftermath. Now that the dust has settled, you know, all the conferences, everything now, we've seen, obviously, Microsoft, you know, the Microsoft and Bethesda conference. We've seen the extended showcase from them. Nintendo had their conference. We had a lot of stuff. Oh, shout out to Dark Schneider with the mug. I see you with the mug. Salute, much love. But, you know, we had that. We had Square, Ubisoft, a bunch of conferences. Now that the dust has settled, what's your overall feeling about E3, Rand, and where everything sat for you?
So this is just like everything, right?
Everything.
Not like E3 was awful this year. Completely awful. And like if it wasn't for Xbox and Nintendo showing up, this would have been just an utter waste of everybody's time and resources and attention. Like Ubisoft's was bad, Square Enix's was like every single one of them was just not good whatsoever. Maybe it has to do with you know, obviously work from home and the pandemic and stuff obviously doesn't help, but I don't know, man. Like I was just kind of shocked by how bad it was. Almost like, if you don't got anything to show, why bother showing up?
So
like,
give me the examples of the ones that really disappointed you.
I mean, what was it? Like I tuned into Ubisoft's and that was bad. They could have just released those trailers on YouTube or on Twitter and whatever. Square Enix's wasn't very good. Capcom's Take-Two was just like a meeting. I think Bandai Namco was like 7 minutes long. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah. What is going on?
The other side of that coin, Rand, is respecting the fans' dollar. I mean, we got to keep that same energy, you know, all the way around the board. We can't just say, you know, for them showing up, I don't care what type of effort they showed. They showed an E for effort for showing up. First of all,
get an F.
Get to your class, yeah, but you get to your class, you mark present. That's an E. You're already in the class, right? So everything that you earn from there on, because you start off with 100, and everything you earn on, you know, you go down.
My school
in
ain't
points.
like that either.
Yeah, well, my school worked like that. I don't know about yours.
You got an E for showing up?
Yeah, you got to show up, right? And anything that you do inside class, that will start to deteriorate your score. So if you happen to play good, shout out to my man Saul. Yeah. If you happen to do good in class, then you know at the end your A is gonna go. You're gonna be good. All right. They showed up. Maybe they didn't have all the wares there, but they don't get an F for showing up and showing something. They might walk away with a C. They didn't get the B prize and they damn sure didn't get an A. The people that didn't show up, that decided to still think that you're going to patron their wares and give them their money and assume that you're in pocket. Don't assume I'm in your pocket,
King,
bro.
are you implying that because of certain companies,
people didn't show up, they don't deserve your money?
Okay, that's what we're doing.
They don't deserve your money. No, you know, Ubisoft definitely got my money. They definitely got my money with that Mario Rabbids. Right. They definitely got my money there. And you know what? Who piqued my interest? These dudes, Square Enix, piqued my interest with the Guardians. I'm gonna keep my eye out for that. But you also let me know that game that I did get from you, that Avengers game that I got from you, that DLC is coming. So you did show me something to let me know that you do care that I did give you some bread and you're interested in getting some more money. You didn't say, I assume that you in pocket, bro, and you got these dreams and hopes of what I might do later. No. I might do later, dude need to go away. He don't need to be there. If Nintendo shows up, that means Nintendo knows the respect, the tradition of E3. And I'm sick of the media talking about E3 is unnecessary because the leaks and and now no, that's not how it should be. Respect that tradition. You respect those dollars because this is the time you're supposed to be vying for attention. And if you don't show up, that means you assume that you hot like that. You ain't hot like that.
Oh my God. Well, King definitely feels strongly about this, but let me get back to Rand's point, which is
Rand.
No, King definitely feels strongly.
I mean, I know King feels very strongly about it, but I mean, I kind of disagree with King. Like, who cares if you show up during E3 week or you show up 2 weeks later? As long as you show up to give your fans something to look forward to, that's all that matters.
Right.
Like, why do you have to be pigeonholed into 1 week? You know, like I don't know. Like,
why make weight, right?
I mean, it's like, hey, you do what's best for you. You know, if Xbox wanted to do their show in July and they didn't want to do E3, what does it matter? They're still going to do one.
To the damn fire. You would have held me. You would have heard me say the same thing I just. If Microsoft would have do what they did, y'all would have been excoriating them. If they didn't show up for E3 week, you would have been like, well, how dare they?
But I would be upset if they didn't do one. Period.
Right.
I mean, by all accounts, it sounds like the other company you're talking about is going to be doing one later in the summer. As long as you do one. Well, no, I mean, okay, I said by all rumors
today they didn't do one.
Not yet.
Right.
Not yet.
But if it ends today, they didn't do one.
But it doesn't end today, though.
But we don't know if the world ends today. The world could end right after this podcast, and they didn't do one.
You know what bothers me about Sony not being there? By the way, happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. Good to see
you. It's just the fact that it was obvious that them not being there took away big bullets out of some other people's chambers. Right. Because they have, like, Square Enix didn't show everything because it's probably going to be shown to Sony. Like, you know, same thing, like Capcom stuff. Right. You know, so obviously, and these guys that had these kind of no-show shows, that had no business having a show because they had nothing to show there, you can assume they have stuff to show at whatever PlayStation's going to do. So that's the only thing that really bothers me about them not being there. Is the fact.
Let me back you up, because I think we may be arguing two different things, right? And I understand King's point. It's like, yo, you got to show up, you got to do something, right? But I do understand Rand's point to the extent of, like, okay, like, you know, you're not confined to the space of E3, right? So the question becomes, if they do something, right? For example, Sony does something, let's say a week now, whether it be the PlayStation experience or whatever. I guess the issue comes down to being married to the E3 week and the former tradition, and or still doing something even if it's outside of it. Like if they do something outside of the week, are they absolved?
Let me say this, right? Because Pong Soul, give a shout out to Pong Soul on Breakfast of Boom. If you go back to that show and listen to this, he made a great analogy and that I respect, right? Everybody trains for this week, right? It matters this week, you know. And then you actually competing, right? You know, we always knew that Sony goes after Microsoft, and then they would fix their show. Like if Microsoft had a bad
very competitive.
This is highly competitive stuff right here,
absolutely.
Right? So if Microsoft had a bad show, or this said something that was out of pocket, Sony would go back and fix it and pounce on them.
This is how you trade games.
This is how you trade games.
Yeah,
I always felt every year should have been a coin toss between the big two. Who go first? Yep.
Right?
Really, for real, because it matters. In that year, you knew it mattered.
Yeah, it mattered a lot. and they tore them out the frame. Yeah, but to see your man say, I don't even want to compete, bruh, like, nah. You don't get this. You don't get the. First of all, if it's any one of the three that can tell you they don't get to compete as Nintendo, you've earned it, old man. Old man, you've earned this, the fact to sit up and put your feet up. Right. But even the old man came off the mountaintop. It was like, bruh, let's do this work. I've been training too. Julio Cesar Chavez the joint. And this dude right here talking about, I see you in July. Nah, bruh.
So even if they do it, that doesn't appease to you. Like,
how I know this? You know how I know stuff like this affects dudes?
Why?
Because shout out, I don't know who put it on my timeline. Oh, I know who put it on my timeline. Everborn Saga put it on my timeline to let me know that little piece of trailer for Starfield did more than that state of play viewing of Forbidden West.
Right.
This is what happens when you start to take your fan base for granted. You start doing that, and you're gonna start seeing little chips away at your armor. Until we expose that hole around your heart where we can give you that fatal knockout blow, that's what's gonna happen. You keep on doing it, you keep on chipping away, and remember, empires never fall from outside disturbances. They always implode from within. And I'm looking at a level of arrogance and pride and ego, and the implosion has begun. The moment they told you they did not have to compete, that's the moment they looked at you in your face and say, you are in pocket, you are complicit, and I got your money, and you're gonna sit there and wait for whenever I drop, because you are under my spell. I am not, and I am going to take my money elsewhere.
King has spoken. Clearly he feels strongly. Let's get Rand to finish, and then I need Addict's opinion on this, because this is very, very hot one. This is a hot discussion. But back to Rand, who definitely sparked some good discussion here. So continue your point.
I love Rand.
Yeah, continue your point, Rand.
I don't know. Like, look, I love E3 as much as anybody. Like, I still have, I still think about like E3 2016 a lot when I was up there with Phil Spencer, breaking a million gamer score and all that stuff. So, and I am one of those people that like refer to it as Gamer Christmas, like that week where all the information dropped. But like times have changed. You don't necessarily need to be beholden to the ESA and be like, this is the only time you can have some sort of press conference. Like you can like. I don't know. Like, I feel like in this day and age, you can do and speak to your audience whenever it's most beneficial to you. So if that's the week of June with all this other stuff, then so be it. If it's July, then so be it. Like, I don't know. Like, I honestly, like, I don't think it's a marketing event. We're getting all riled up. Like, you have to market to me on this week at this day, or else you're not coming in there. You know what I mean? Like, I need to be marketed to.
I like to be wooed.
I need to be marketed to, and
it's like shooting fish in a barrel. We all need to get into the barrel. That's
yeah.
Well, not unless you're in a pocket.
And no, I mean, Sob's right. Like. The Capcom and the Square Enix show is probably light because maybe they're saving some things for a rumored PlayStation show where they show Forspoken again, or maybe they show Final Fantasy 16. But that's on Square Enix and that's on Capcom.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That is true.
So it's like it doesn't matter that maybe that happened. It's like your show was horrible. So it's like you don't even have to be there, and that's what I kind of felt about this E3. Like it just,
Rand,
nobody. Okay, go ahead.
What if they was lied to? I'm just saying, like, what if they say, yeah, we gonna be there. So those games, we gonna lock those games. Okay, you can't show those games. All right, so you're gonna put that on your show. You're gonna do your show with those games that you got, and the games that we allocated from you, we're gonna be there. We'll be there.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel this strongly about EA not doing anything until next month?
Yes. 100%.
100%.
Yes, I'm the same dude that got rid of my EA access, and they knew that, and they had to put it in Game Pass. I'm the same dude that if you don't show up, I might just disrespect you and just stop shopping there. Right? So at the same time, the one game that they did show, it wasn't on their stage and got me enticed. They know if they show Madden, but they have to. Okay, so them not showing there, and we always say EA Play is probably the weakest out of everybody, right? But between them and Ubisoft, because Ubisoft bring out that Just Dance stuff, and for some people it's not for them, but for some people that Just Dance is for them. What if Madden people think this year is no Madden? because of that.
So you say because of the impact that it has, like
just
the information to the casual audience,
right? It's just how I feel about you disrespecting. It's that week when the informational week is, and I know what Rand is saying. Right. We're in an informational age where you can drop. When Phil was doing his 12 months of Xmas,
right,
for the Xbox fans,
right,
leading up to that was fan service because he had to. The Xbox brand was in such disrepair that he was repairing the brand month by month, getting you to anticipate it so they can have a good launch.
But let me, because I think Rand's making another point too, which is, and I want to ask you this, King, is like, but what about the actual quality of what is presented, right? Because if you show up, but it's done in a format that's very, I don't want to say lazy or non-informative or boring, or, you know, some people say, hey, you could have left that to a blog post. You didn't even have to do a conference.
They get a C.
Okay. So your whole thing, you're still consistent on must show up. That's your whole argument.
You get a C. I mean, you're gonna still pass the class. You're just not gonna get that. You're not gonna be that standout student. And I respect the fact that you did show up, because this stuff is not easy, Rand. I mean, these dudes are doing this stuff from home to get any form of a show together. That has some form of effort. Okay. You know, you gotta look over at them and be like, damn, man, you did show up though. You didn't, just say no. And I know what Rand is saying, right? I really respect what he's saying. He's saying that they don't have to do it in this week. This week, they should not be holding to this week. Right. I get that part. But I'm just saying, I'm a highly competitive person. Right. And from a competition standpoint, bro, show up. Especially if you're supposed to be the leader. Right. Then you're trying to tell somebody you bigger than the game. You're not.
I know where this is going with you, but let's get back on focus. I don't want to beat this because I know I'm gonna get into. I know we are going to talk about the Xbox comment. I really want Rand's thoughts on that, and I don't want to beat this part too much. But I gotta get Addict, shout to the cars going by. Just overall, Addict, like now that everything the dust is settled, all the conferences, 2 Xbox conferences, Nintendo, Ubisoft, Square, Capcom, like, what was your overall feeling about E3 2021?
Felt like you saw COVID definitely had an impact this year.
Yeah.
It's not even just the fact that you couldn't be there in person, so you didn't feel the energy come off from any of the conferences. And then you got to consider, like, I'm sure King can contest that watching UFC with no one in the crowd is different. So good point. Stuff like that, it changes. That type of energy will flow into whoever's presenting and hype them up. And, when you've got nothing like that, and then plus at the end of the day, like, I don't think people realize how much games have been delayed because of this COVID. I don't think people, it's not, I honestly do feel like Take-Two and them probably shouldn't have showed up if they're going to have like a little mini conference thing. Right. I'm not 100% there with King feeling like you have to show up to, like, you can't just show up and not show anything. Like, I do feel like to a point, you're wasting your fans' time if you show up and you get them hyped up. It's not necessarily, they didn't go out intentionally and hype people up, but if you have games that you intend to love from Take-Two and you see them have a conference, what are you going to assume? You're going to assume they're going to announce some new stuff. But they don't assume stuff, I think you're letting them down. But then, you got the other spectrum is like PlayStation should have been that. Like, this isn't one of those things where it's like a one thing. Like, no, it's like this. I honestly felt like E3 is like the entire gaming industry come together, and Sony just refusing to partake is a little ridiculous. And I mean, obviously they have every choice not to show up, but it's just like, look what they did for a whole week. Their fans were excluded from the conversation. Like, they refuse to go to E3. So what are they going to have that? They're going to have that same energy next year.
Right.
So they're not going to be on the floor. So their fans that go to E3, they're going to be excluded from the conversation. Right. And it's just like, I get it. You want to do your maybe the showcase thing comes back at the end of the year, but it's just like, and people say, well, Addict, E3 is not what it used to be. E3 was fine the last year it was physical.
Yeah, I like
that. And if you look at the presentation, how many people go, it's still around the same that they had 5 years ago. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's like I think it's COVID. COVID is what's hurt it the most. It has delayed games to a point where they can't show them right now. They probably it's you have a timeline. Okay, we're going to show stuff that comes out next year, the year after at this E3. But if those have been delayed 6 months to a year, are you going to show them the next 6 months to a year before they're supposed to be shown?
No, I get it. I mean, we're making valid and compelling points, you know, and you know, I'm going to bring it back around with to solve. I mean, obviously, I didn't get a chance to really speak to it much this week, but you know, again, we're going to get into. I know everyone wants to hear what we feel about the Xbox conferences. Yeah, we're going to get it, but I did want to start with what we just said, like the overall, all the conferences, your overall feeling, and clearly King has brought this into existence. Sony not being there, and is that you know something that is disrespectful to a fan base? So, what's your thoughts on this,
I mean, after you know watching everything again, watching Nintendo's and whatnot, I really do think both Nintendo and Microsoft brought it the way they have been. Nintendo with their directs, I think just condenses their message perfectly. Right. It was all about games. We didn't hear anything about a Switch Pro, and we may not for quite some time, you know. But I think they focused on. See, Nintendo has very delineated A tier and B tier games, right. And a lot of those.
I don't think that Switch Pro is what you guys think it is. I don't.
I don't know what it is. I don't even want to think about
why you trying to crush my dream.
At this point,
I want 14 teraflops of Switch power, addict.
At this point, I think it's just a Hydro upgrade. And it's probably got like an OLED screen.
I want the monsters that's gonna kill all monsters. Are you implying I'm not getting that?
Oh, I mean that's exactly what I'm implying. I feel like this is just gonna replace one of these bundles they have now, and if they replace it, clearly it's not a new product. So
Switch ain't coming in hot for me. That's what you're trying to say?
I mean, it's not going to be a new product.
Like, you know, when you go to the store and Subway asks you want this toasted, the Switch is not toasted.
You give me the flatbread? You give me the 6-inch flatbread? Oh man, he out here killing my dream. Continue.
So yeah, I mean, but again, in terms of the games they talked about, like they brought back a lot of people's, a lot of nostalgia came back there, and I think that worked for them because they're not ready to show the big Metroid game. They're not ready to fully show the big, you know, next Mario and Zelda. So I think they did a great job in that. In terms of Microsoft stuff, I really do think they have this down to a science now when it comes to their main conference. Right. They've learned the lesson about not too many talking heads, games. And I think this year what they added, which was excellent, was this secondary sort of breakdown that elaborates.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think, you know, we do love to see the developers get their shine. It's just that it's very disruptive when you're trying to do that in the middle of a conference that's already running 90 minutes, right? So I think they did great by doing that. I think Paris did a fantastic job. Showcasing and highlighting specific things about the games they talked about, and we're going a little more in depth. I think that was great, and I think that should be the format moving forward, so that way that the developers do get their shine, and they can still keep a concise. Because you have to remember now, with the addition of Bethesda, 90-minute press conferences are probably the norm going forward. It really are. Yeah. So you know, if that's just games, I think they really did a great job in terms of that. So everything else, it's like we said, like for me, if you're gonna show up, then show up with something substantial, at least one thing substantial. If you're a smaller publisher or whatever.
I don't know what's going on.
If you because if you're just gonna go to show face and be like, yeah, this is the 15th DLC pack for Street Fighter 5, like. Nah, I'm good. Like, you know.
But that was for you, though. But then when they did seek to Street Fighter Ken that was inside the crowd that yelled, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, and that's true. E3 is different things to different people. Yes. People, you know, you care about what you care about.
Of course.
What they should have done is, if they weren't going to show up in some kind of like capacity for new announcements, Ubisoft should have been like, yo, we're going to be streaming on Twitch, showing you some gameplay for these new games. It just kept it.
But I mean, the biggest announcement for me coming out of E3 was that congratulations to Sony on confirming that Horizon Forbidden West is coming out this year, because Because Zelda's coming out next year.
Oh, I see what you're doing. I see what you're
Are
doing.
you sure Zelda's coming out next year, though?
No, Zelda's coming out in 2023, actually.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
I think they're still good.
We'll see. We'll see. I hear what you said, so Kid got spoke a lot, so I'm actually gonna go next.
No, because I didn't see how.
Oh, you didn't get your bars off? Oh, I apologize.
I'm sorry. I just jumped in the Rand joint.
Yes, clearly you jumped all over
He didn't get his time to shine.
It's just mine is real short. Anyway.
Hey, man, somebody's got to have a differing viewpoint, and everybody's sitting up here having the same one. So it's all good. It's all good.
That's what I'm talking about.
Rand, I'll play devil's advocate.
No, but Rand, none of these dudes agree with me anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I didn't even say my boy. He lumped me into the group, but it's cool. Good.
Okay, well, all right. As far as the shows go, there's different tiers to the shows, and that goes as far as how big of a developer or manufacturer and stuff like that is. We don't look to these developer shows to be anything substantial. I don't know about y'all, but I don't. I look to the big three to be substantial. Right. That's what I go to, and then these is like hors d'oeuvres.
Okay,
like,
so your thing is expectation based
Ubisoft on. Is like if I'm gonna get some ice cream, with little sprinkles. If EA is gonna show up, maybe let me get a little.
$multi-billion company as an
it's an hors d'oeuvre.
They are hors d'oeuvres because when I do buy a console, I buy the console for the main treats, not those little side dishes.
Battlefield, the greatest sorbet.
And sometimes that sorbet is real good, right?
I can't with you right now. Continue.
Is that real strawberries? You know what I'm saying? So
King does have a point. Like, they're not console holders either. So like I do feel like at the end of the day, like they don't have to do as much to sell their product. They just gotta make good products.
Right. Yeah. Continue.
So all right. So then those guys, and I lump them up pretty much because each and every last one of them had something to pique the interest. And if it's one thing for me, maybe it's a couple of things for somebody else. You understand? Because the rabbits thing, that really, I was blown away, to be honest with you, because I really like that Mario's Rabbit. I really do. So you definitely got my bread. And I was like, when is it coming out? And they told you. I was like, that's so lit. So, okay. So we passed hors d'oeuvres and we're going on to the main treat those. And then Nintendo, even though it was kind of boring for me because a lot of their titles, they have niche titles for for their fan base. But they did have certain things for me. Zelda Skyward Sword, they showed the Metroid. That Metroid Dread is really the Metroid that I've been looking for. And I didn't know it's been 19 years since a 2D Metroid.
Since a brand new one,
good. I ain't gonna lie, it did look really good.
So I'm like, when I was out, I went with the deep dive they did the next day. I was like, okay, they did a lot of stuff for me. So I'm really intrigued by a lot of these stuff. And when they started off with Kazuya,
that was funny.
I'm biased because I'm a Tekken fan, but I thought that Kazuya was well done.
Yes.
It was
perfect. I like when he threw Kirby.
When he threw Kirby off the mountain, I was like, what's going on? So
I agree. This
is a company coming to compete. You understand? Then when Microsoft came out, okay, I have a theory. I have a true theory. I believe Bethesda says we're gonna take lead on this. This is how it should be done. We're gonna show you how it should be done because it felt like a Bethesda conference. Rand, Solve, Addict. When we go to Bethesda shows at E3, bang, bang, boogie. And I'm talking about the actual show. I'm not talking about the production afterwards. Afterwards, they party like nobody's business. They're the best partyers in the world. I can't wait for a fan fest with those dudes. It ain't gonna be no tickets given out. Shout out to PeteHines and the team.
Shout out to PeteHines and the team. Shout out to Woo, they know how to throw it up, boy.
For real. They gave me oh man. Anyway,
we know.
But I thought they said, all right, so we're going to take the reins on the first show. And they knew that the second show was going because the tempo and the design and style of the first show felt Bethesda-ish. The second show with Paris Lily felt Microsoft-ish. It felt like, I was like, I see what they did, how they did it, how they pleased both fan bases, and how they show you this marriage works in this manner and it can continue to go forward. So when I'm grading everybody, of course, Microsoft and Nintendo saved E3 as far as informational wise across the boards for everyone. But as walking out of E3 week and pressers and the next day's deep dives and stuff like that. And to give you a second show, I believe Microsoft has the formula, and I think they can continue in this manner, like Saab said, you know, the 90 minutes, and then give you a kicker show later on down the road, because we got the Senua Saga, we got that, we got other little things in there that we was pleasantly surprised by with the show. And we did even ask about the controllers, and they did do that.
Yeah, the design lab was nice.
You know, so. And I'm seeing people Design Lab controllers popping up all over the place. I'm like, what the hell is this shipping on this thing? It's so quick. But it was beautiful to see. And in the spirit of competition, what they did was they galvanized their fan base. Nintendo fan base was rocking. Microsoft fan base was rocking. And those hors d'oeuvres fan bases were rocking.
Right.
And then you had this one large fan base that was sitting there like, everybody's partying but me. Like everybody got a ticket but me. Yeah, go sit down. We see you next week in July. What? Like it's rumored. It's not official. So again, it's just when it comes to stuff like that, my opinion of it again is compete. That's it. But the show wise, Microsoft did their thing. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm going to jump into that next too. Saul, you was about to say something? Or?
Yeah, it's easier to sort of let it slide a little bit because we're all home. Right. But as soon as we start spending money to go to these shows, again, like it's gonna piss me off that you know those big publishers and one of the big three isn't gonna be there. It just feels different, right? It just absolutely feels different.
No, I'll jump in and I'm gonna give it to Rand because I know we want to focus on Xbox because they had two. But before we just the overall, right? And you know, I definitely hear what you guys are saying. I think for me, I am happy that there was something, you know, done by a lot of the companies that did show up. You know what I'm saying? Xbox, we'll get into it. I love the two show approach. You know, I thought that was great. You know, Nintendo is Nintendo. They're gonna have their niche titles. But again, they did show out. They had some standouts for their fan base that I thought was cool. I didn't mind Ubisoft as much. I didn't really get upset. I actually liked the quarantine game, whatever that was. I thought it looked really good. You know, I was surprised that Avatar was shown. Was it their best show? I mean, Rand knows.
Avatars look nice.
But Rand knows they've been trolling me and Solve about this Splinter Cell. I'm just like, bro, it's just so disrespectful.
It's so disrespectful.
It's just so disrespectful. That's my only major issue. But because like I've gone to Ubisoft shows before, and I remember rolling my eyes when Just Dance and all that stuff gets shown. But then you realize how much they actually, you know, gain from that title. I didn't realize that title.
I think that title up until maybe the last one or the one before that was still releasing on the Wii.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Like
it's crazy. So look, overall, you know, I'm happy to King's point with the Sony. This is what I will say. I'm with Rand in that I don't feel they're beholden to E3. They could do what they want, but I'm with King in the sense that you should give your fans a date as to when to expect you to show to do something, because it does feel weird, you know, when they've made statements in the past when it's like, hey, you know, don't worry, we're going to do hundreds of shows. Okay, credit the pandemic, but even before the pandemic, we didn't get those 100 shows. We didn't get all this stuff that they was talking about, right? So I think you do owe it to your fan base, the communication as, okay, we are planning something this year. Even if you don't got the hard and fast date, like similar to how Microsoft does, okay, FanFest is going to return this year, right? Just come out and say, hey, PSX experience definitely going to return this year kind of thing. Because at the end of the day, it's a ravenous fan base. People want to know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I want to know what you got in store. Do we get to see God of War? And to get nothing, I'm kind of with King in the sense that I don't agree that you can just get away because I've made great games. I don't owe you any information. I am not with that at all. Like that I'm never going to subscribe to. So again, they don't have to be beholden to E3. They don't have to, you know what I'm saying? But hey, July, look out for us in August. Look out, we got something for our loyal Sony PlayStation Nation. Greatness is coming. Do the little marketing blitz. I'm good because I know it's coming, and that's when you gonna rock. But to say silent, I'm not with that. But I want to give it back to Rand. The Sony parks, I never got his feeling on that. And then let's get into these Xbox shows, and you stand out for that. So Rand, back at you. What about the Sony thing and then the Xbox shows?
What about the Sony thing?
Well, just Sony, to King's point, with Sony not being there, and as far as beholden to E3, do you feel it's disrespectful, that kind of thing?
I think it's disrespectful if you don't do a show at all, period, like ever.
Okay.
I'm of the opinion if if you do the show, you put your all into it, and a lot of the shows that came out this year weren't. It almost seems like they didn't put their all into it for whatever reason. And we could say COVID was a factor, which it clearly was. We could say they're holding games back for PlayStation show, which may or may not be true. But it definitely seemed the only ones that came with their A game were Nintendo and Microsoft, and everybody else was just like, well, we're here because we have to be here, right? And I don't want them to feel like you have to do something because you're supposed to. It's like, if you're going to do something, you put all the effort into it. Like the Iron Lords don't show up to a podcast on Sunday and just go through the motions, right? You want to put on a great show for your fans.
Facts.
And, when you're tuning into some of these shows and you're just watching this stuff, like, what's more disappointing, that there wasn't a show or that the show you put on was like a C- for effort with nothing new?
Right.
We're okay. The fans ended up being disappointed. So for me, I don't know, like, I kind of view it as like, would it have been better if Sony showed up this week? Yeah, because, okay, sure. Yeah, it would have been better because then you would have Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo. You'd have the big three, right? You'd have all this news, but at the end of the day, I also feel like these companies can just do what's best for them, right? Clearly, Microsoft and Nintendo think what's best for them, at least right now, is supporting the ESA, right? They're a big member, I think Phil's on the board of the ESA, right? So it's like, for them, it's like supporting the ESA in their time of need, because let's be honest, like,
they need it.
Who knows if with whatever they going on E3, if it's going to come back and all that good stuff, where Sony's just like, yeah, we're just going to do it on our time.
Right.
And I think Xbox could have, they didn't have to do it this week. We know they were going to do a show. They could have done a show 2 weeks from now, and it would just gotten as much attention and as much buzz and pizzazz as if they had done it, this past week. So it's like, I feel like you do it when it's best for you. And I don't know, like, I just kind of like, I get what King's saying, because there definitely were a lot of Sony fans with nothing to talk about other than Xbox, which is basically what they talk about all the time anyways. So it's really no different than any other day of the week regardless. So, and the shoe will be on the other foot. Right. Presumably, if they have a show in July, they'll be extremely happy and they'll be tweeting up a storm on Twitter, and Xbox fans will be sitting there like, we got nothing. Well, because we just had something. Right. But so it's they'll be all excited and we won't have anything. So I think it's just what's best for Xbox and Nintendo. They felt it was best to go during this week. Sony feels it's best to go later. I don't have a problem with it as long as when you come to do it, when it's best for you, you do it with all your might and you put on a great show for your fans. King, I know you want to say something, so go ahead and say something.
Pause. I just had to say pause. You said when you come to do it, you better do it with all your might.
It's the Lord's Day. Behave yourself, sir. Behave yourself. Continue.
He said it. I didn't.
Continue, Rand. Oh, that's pretty much it.
I mean, yeah, it's like I don't know. It's a marketing event. Like it's just like I like to be marketed to just as much as everybody else. But like,
I know you like to be wooed, man.
Yeah, you better woo me. You better woo me.
I get you. I want to know when I'm gonna blow the dust off this box upstairs. Pause. Like,
listen, man. I understand all the perspectives here, but let's get into, like I said, a little bit of a main event, which is, like I said, because Xbox did show out, right? They did have the two shows. We had the E3, we had the reactions. So again, we've heard, there's been 1,000 podcasts, 1,000 opinions. A lot of people say, but just overall, the two show format, and then your standouts. What do you feel they did well? What don't you feel they did well? Let's get to Attic, and then I'll get Rand. But I want to get Attic on that. Like, this two-show format from Xbox, did you feel it was a good show, for what they did? And then what were your standouts personally?
Felt like the two shows the better way to go. We were saying the A show and the B show.
Yeah.
Paris did a great job doing the the after show. He did such a good job. I'm like, what's Inside Xbox doing these days?
we looking at situations now.
It's just like probably like I personally feel like, I know a lot of people disagree, but I personally feel like that they should have ended the show with the Outer Worlds.
I wouldn't have had a problem with that. Continue. Sorry.
It's not the same. What they did wasn't, good, because I still enjoyed it, but I just personally felt like out of all the stuff that they did, the game that shocked the most people was the Outer Worlds too.
So that was the joint.
And I personally felt like it had a better showing too. Obviously, people know I wasn't a fan of the No Starfield, and I'm still not a fan of the No Starfield gameplay. But it's just like the pacing of the show was so solid that it kind of let all of that go. And the Ravenflow said the Outer Worlds showed no gameplay. Did the last game show gameplay? Because I don't think it did.
Nope.
No, I hear you. I mean, I definitely hear your points on pacing and definitely Outer Worlds. I'm always going to co-sign that. And I hear what you're saying in reference to the extended showcase. It was a nice little treat there. Let's get Rand in, man. I know you done talked about this 1,000 shows, but just looking back, 2-show format, your standouts, the extended show, how you feeling, and should this be the new norm for Xbox going forward?
The two show format is excellent. I think they should consider doing that moving forward, because Paris was just magnificent in his hosting ability. Welcome to the danger zone.
Oh yeah, he threw the Ravens. I was like, we killed it.
Man, that killed me. Killed me, because you can focus on the one show with just the announcements, which is honestly what people tune in for. Like, they want to see the new games, they want to see that new hotness, and you deliver it to them like super quick in a 90-minute thing. But then there's also other people that want to see a more extended look. So you have a couple days later, you go through that and have maybe a couple other more announcements. I think it was cool that they brought Design Lab back, right? That was a big announcement. Paris committing murder live on Xbox's stage.
R.I.P. Khalif.
That's crazy.
Gotta help Khalif out. We gotta figure something out.
The Old Wise Gamer says, does a reveal need to show gameplay? That wasn't the reveal for Starfield, my friend. They revealed that game years ago.
They did reveal it years ago. Continue, Ray.
Yeah, they revealed that game in like a logo, though. I mean, but I agree with you, Attic. I agree with you. I don't have an issue with your first trailer being a CGI thing, but like the second one, more gameplay, please. But yeah, like I'm sticking like, Microsoft's gonna have so many games, more we go forward. It would be nice to have some sort of inside Xbox again, right? Or a more marketing approach about like, Psychonauts 2 should have a 20-minute inside Xbox for it. Like Halo Infinite should have a 30-minute like its own thing. So hopefully they do more of that, and maybe they consider Paris for that as well, because talent, he's very talented, right? As for the show itself, I felt it was the best Xbox show since the 360 generation. Like the biggest standout is like
my last question. I was going to bring that out. The third question.
I mean, it was, and we can talk about it more at length later. But like you say, like, what's your one thing that stands out? Like to me, it stands out is like Xbox is here, baby. Woo! Ain't going away. Woo! Right? They have everything working for them now. They got the hardware. They got Game Pass, which it seems to be even being picked up more by all these other outlets. You have people talking about like how Game Pass is going to change the industry, but then you have the people who don't like it being like, well, it's quality over quantity and stuff. It's like all these debates and stuff, which is, but finally Game Pass is kind of seeping more and more into the mainstream where people can be like, okay, like with Xbox, I get XYZ, right? But then over on PlayStation, I got to pay $70. It's an interesting conundrum. Right. So, like, whoever put that show together, whoever learned from the feedback from last year,
dying to know who
deserves a raise because the show was impeccable from start to finish. And like, there really wasn't any low points. Right. My issue, the reason I think I first watched it on stream and I gave it an 8. I watched it again in 4K. I gave it an 8.5. It's been a week. I've sat on it. I feel like it's a 9.
Oh, it keeps going up.
Well, because I watched it again, but it could have been a little bit better because I feel like Attic in this sense where it's like, I just wanted a little bit more from Starfield. I understand the game's a year and a half away. So like, okay, fine. Like no gameplay. We understand it's coming, but man, I really liked how they bookmarked the conference, right? Start out with Todd. You start out with Starfield, right? You hit him with that Bethesda. You hit him with that Xbox exclusive, right? That everybody's just like, what? Xbox exclusive?
That point home.
Oh my God. Right? But then you bookend it with Redfall, an arcane game. You know, like, did you see how many times they mentioned it's an exclusive, right?
Yes.
You had in the artwork for Starfield, Xbox exclusive. You had Sarah Bond come out and say, yes, it's exclusive. You have Phil at the end talking about Redfall being exclusive. You had the artwork at the end saying exclusive.
It was even worse, Ryan. He said exclusive like Starfield.
Right. So they want, because obviously like more people watch this show than like, you know, watch our videos or our podcast. You don't really know that Bethesda is now purchased by Microsoft. So like you gotta really hammer home the message to everybody out there that Bethesda is Xbox, Xbox is Bethesda. And that if you're gaming on a different platform, well, you're not going to get these games. And I'm sure we'll talk about we'll talk about King's topic, a little bit later. But yeah, man, like I've said it before, you know, I've never been more excited for the future of Xbox. I think they got everything going for them. You know, Phil's taken the ship and turned it around, even though like the turning around of the ship has taken some time, but. We all saw the vision that they were going for, and I think a lot of people finally realize exactly what a lot of us here have been saying for quite some time now, like Microsoft's plan, and people are starting to pick up on it. Now, I will say, for me, being a Halo fan, the one thing that stood out to me was just the love that everybody showed Halo Infinite. How much of a turnaround it went from last year. Like, remember last year, I was on this show with you guys, which... I'm going to say it again. I love you guys. I love the Iron Lords podcast. It's my favorite podcast. I always have to listen to it, even though I don't always listen to the intros. I get to the topics, right? Like little timestamps there for me, brother. You know, and I did fall asleep earlier when King was talking about like boxing and stuff. But, it's cool.
You're a paragon.
I'm a paragon, yeah. That's why whenever you guys are, you know, I mention you in my videos, I always got to give you guys a big shout out because I love the content that you guys make.
Thank you, brother.
Oh my God, I'm on off tangent now. Halo.
Yes, Halo.
Last year, with Halo being a joke, right, and Craig being the meme, I was like, King, you didn't like that if I remember. You hated that 343 leaned into it and was like, no, it's Craig. We named them and stuff.
Not a fan of that.
That was the classic boo-boo on the screen.
You know what I didn't like also, and this is the biggest difference between the two. And sorry to jump in, Rand joined again.
I set this one up for you.
Yeah, he did. He teed it up for me though.
Attic is being good. Is you out here?
It's the dude, buddy. Is the dude? I'm telling you, the biggest problem was dude, buddy, bro, dude. That bro love that they was trying to force on you.
I hate that guy.
And somebody put in the chat was like, "Oh, he's the human element." The human element is Chief, bro. Human element has always been Chief. He is a human. Let's not give. He's not an alien. He's a man in that machine.
I personally feel like we didn't see enough on that dude to evaluate.
I don't care about him.
Good or bad.
I don't care about him at all.
I do understand King's point with
it's
the
about
first
him
time
Katana,
we see it. He was presented. So
yeah,
if you didn't know, like now we learned more, right?
They respect him and Cortana. It's not about him and Dude Buddy.
Right. But let's get back to Rand. Keep interrupting Rand.
So I
that's fine.
Are we okay with him like replacing Cortana? That's
hell no.
Cortana. Like
I think
Cortana. So
I would throw that.
Oh no, you mean replacing her with the other AI?
I mean Cortana's little sister.
Cortana too. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
her. That's Cortana. That AI went in there to try to kill her. Cortana took her over.
That's what I feel, right? I think that's Cortana.
Y'all going deep
down. I really do think Cortana's pulling a fake out on Chief right now. I think that's her.
No. That's Cortana's sister.
Okay, she already got. Yo, listen, he was not there when she was sent to delete. And since she's not around, she came to delete. And she not around.
She's like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, y'all going extra with the theories. Y'all got the conspiracy. Y'all third eye open. Okay.
I mean, there's a lot to talk about from the showcase, and maybe later we can break down some of the bigger ones. But for me, Halo Infinite's the turnaround, the 180, going from Craig and the texture pop-ins, and even though the gameplay looked phenomenal last year, right? It was how the game looked. Didn't really look next gen, et cetera, right? People people were down on it, right? And then a year later, people are like overjoyed. You know, it's a standout of E3. People are excited for regular old capture the flag. You know what I'm saying? Yes.
I gotta come for you. I love you, Red.
Okay, come for me, Cog.
Addict, I
give me the
you
smoke.
Gotta back me up. I gotta give him the smoke.
Give me the smoke.
Because there was a certain man with $1 billion. When we were talking about the conference and getting ready for E3.
And keep in mind, everything that happened, there was no like drop the mic moments. Everything was exactly the way we speculated it to be. So,
like what I told you guys it would be?
I told Rand, I said, Rand, you were like, I don't know, man. You were like, I don't think I hate just Halo and a Forza and bro, I don't know. And I said, Rand, even when Halo missteps, when Halo drops, it hits different. I told you, Red. And then you were like, we got to see. Because and to your defense, I didn't have a lot to stand on. They just came off an awful performance of last year. But Cog stood firm.
No. Credit to you.
Okay. That's what I want.
Credit to you.
Okay. That's what I said.
Credit to you, because it's like what I talked about. Like I mentioned this before. It was like, you have a list of the games, right? And I felt last year's show was going to be amazing, and then it presented poorly. Maybe poorly is not the right word, or at least not the way that I wanted them to present it. Halo was just, people were so disappointed with Halo and all the CGI announcements, and you're just like, man, that's it. Like, what? Yeah. But then this year it was like, oh man, no Hellblade. No Fable, no Avowed, no State of Decay. When I found out that Hellblade wasn't going to be there, I was like, "Bro, that's my game."
I feel it.
Right? I'm in my feelings for that. But
I
like,
must have been the only person that liked last year, because like every time
I like last year too,
but they didn't like last year.
I liked it. But
if you compare last year to this year, it's light year difference.
I think the pacing's better, but as far as like the content is there. Like I like last year's better in terms of content. Like they showed Avowed and Fable in the same conference. Like this year we didn't really get that drop the mic moment. And sure, those weren't drop the mic moments, but they were definitely more drop the mic moments last year than they were this year.
You're a Fable guy though.
Yeah. But Avowed was there too.
Ooh, I know, but you are an RPG guy, especially a Fable guy.
And that's why I said last year's
it's Addict's World.
It's Addict's World. We get it. It's cool. If Rand's World, Hellblade 2, I wanted it to be there.
I gotta give. I think last year did have. What did last year end with, y'all?
It ended with Fable.
And a lot of CGI. Me saying I don't like CGI.
I mean, this year was a lot of CGI.
You can make the argument that last year had more mic drops, baby. You think so? No?
I just didn't like last year's pacing compared to.
That's not even a question.
Apples and oranges. Attic is right in the sense they had a lot of exclamation points above your head, like oh wow. But again, this week was so crazy. They didn't even talk about the 41 demos that were released on Xbox up until the 21st, and a lot of those games that you did see on the PC show are inside Xbox right now. So if you wanted to play Tunic, you can go play Tunic right now. If you wanted to play a lot of these games, you can go play these games right now. So it was a lot of information,
right?
But you had to search in other aspects. But these shows is crazy. But I kind of agree with Addict where last year had more exclamation points. This year just was a better show.
Yeah,
better. It was
I honestly feel like the condition that Halo was in is the biggest issue for last year.
Yes.
I feel like if Halo would have came out, last year,
I agree.
People would have a completely different concept on what happened last year.
I agree. But continue. I want to hear Rand talk about this.
Well, so the Halo thing for me, like seeing the excitement for it, especially for the multiplayer in this day and age that doesn't have a battle royale, at least not yet. Yeah. People being excited for the grapple hook. I watched a whole bunch of different people's reactions, and like everybody seems to be super excited for Halo, right? Yeah. And so it's like and I feel like that also carried over to Forza Horizon. Like people were really excited to see people. Like I was watching people like, yeah, Forza. I'm like, okay, like that's incredible, and it did look absolutely amazing, right? But for me, like the turnaround, it was the big part considering I'm such a huge Halo fan, like I was expecting like everybody just clown on Halo Infinite, and I'd have to sit there and be like, okay, whatever. Like it's still my Halo, but to see everybody flip and just be excited for the multiplayer, right? I will say though, didn't Lord Addict say if they didn't give a date, that would be a huge L?
Let's get it.
I did criticize them after the show.
Yeah, he gave them smoke.
Yeah. I actually said I actually said I wouldn't be surprised if this gets to push 2022.
Yep. Shout out to Paris in the chat. Paris says, "Yep, that is Cortana." Like he believes the same thing.
Well, you know, he knows everything now, so that's not fair. That's not fair anymore.
Insider Paris.
Insider Paris. I guess there is the chance maybe it slips. Although when you like, I had the conspiracy theory that like it's going to come out in September, but they just don't want to say it now. But like, I don't know. Like that's just. I think they're probably aiming for end of November.
Okay.
Right. And if it does have to be delayed, it'll be December. And, you know, in this new era of Game Pass, I know a lot of companies usually have always avoided December for retail releases.
Yeah.
Right. Normally. Right. Some years you have like Dying Light 2 this year. And I think Just Cause 4 was a couple years ago. But for the most part, people avoid December. But in the era of Game Pass, it's like, in retail stuff, that doesn't really matter anymore. So there's always the possibility Halo Infinite comes out in December.
Right.
I just don't think it'll be like, I agree because we did the Xbox 2 and Paris was in chat and Paris was like Halo Infinite November 15th, 2021, because that is the 20th anniversary, right? 20th anniversary. But then I was thinking, I don't know if they're going to release Forza Horizon 5 and a week later release Halo Infinite. Like that doesn't really make the most sense for men.
I don't think there's no. I understand giving the game its shine, right? It's time to shine, but they're so different that for a week is a good time to rock with Forza Horizon.
But it's not even different. There's only so much time one person could put into.
But the time doesn't matter because those two games in
we know how gamers are. Like
no, it's true, but
when they drop something, they don't go back to it.
Yeah, but those games are there; they're not going anywhere, right? I understand the zeitgeist moment, right? I get the zeitgeist moment. Give it its time to shine. That's still real, right? Money conversations out the window. That doesn't matter anymore. So,
but
I get it.
What about
galvanizing, like, but Netflix, Netflix doesn't release big releases week to week. They still, you know, they have it simply because like they want you to stay subscribed. So you're talking about two of the biggest games that Xbox has, Halo and Forza Horizon, right? Like you can make an argument that maybe Elder Scrolls and Fallout are as big or bigger, but like we're not getting any new ones from those for a couple years. So you're talking about like the two biggest games Xbox has had since Gears 5, and I'll argue that Forza Horizon is a bigger franchise than Gears at this point, right? And you're gonna release both of those a week apart. I don't know, man. I just feel like a month apart is the minimum you should really do.
I definitely see that. It could definitely happen, and like I said, that part of the marketing still stands, right? I do believe in giving the game its time to shine. But especially in a year where we may not get a big Sony release, maybe, right? And we've never seen this before.
Sir, Ratchet & Clank just came out, sir.
1-2 punch? No, I get it. But I mean a holiday push. 1-2 punch from Xbox back-to-back weeks. It doesn't have to happen again, ever.
But
here's
here's the thing I think you guys are all forgetting too is that I'm actually siding with Rand on this because you know what? The more I understand what you're going, Saul, and saying that the Game Pass model, we may have to think outside the box in that because it's just accessible a la carte, so to speak, they're not going to step with each other. But the other thing is, we also got to talk about Big COD in the room. Big COD is out here, and you gotta stay away from COD, regardless of how you feel about Call of Duty. Call of Duty is out here, and part of me, one second, I think part of me feels like there's also, I think it's two things in my opinion going on. One, give the game and the development of 343 the time they need for when it's ready to be ready, right? But then there's the second factor of we have, like Rand is saying, one of our biggest franchises, and we know how Forza does internationally. We know in Europe how big it is. We know in Mexico, which they doing it, is one of Xbox's biggest territories, popular territories, right? So from a marketing blitz, Forza has the potential to just be phenomenal. My thing is, I still think Call of Duty plays a factor as to when they drop. I think you got to stay away.
COD has been end of October, right? The last couple of years. Because COD got out of the way of Red Dead a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I got to counter your point.
Let's go.
COD.
Let's go.
For the simple fact that you are forgetting the huge elephant in the room that is the free-to-play aspect.
True.
The free-to-play aspect eliminates all Call of Duty conversation.
And it's brand new free-to-play, right? Like Warzone is out there, right? But it's brand new free-to-play.
Yeah. But the thing is when Call of Duty comes out, they're dropping massive content for
Warzone. Well, I know what you're saying there, Addict, right? But this is where you get a chance to chip away at that fan base because also you have Battlefield coming in at some point in time. My only contingent, and I gotta eliminate that bet that I'm in right now. So
let's go. I want to make sure you being objective here, sir.
Let me just start being really objective.
Let's do it.
Because I would love for it to come out tomorrow.
Right.
But bet wise. But if I'm being business king, first I believe that the single player game is already done.
Right.
I believe everything that they're working on right now is the multiplayer because they go into deep dives on the multiplayer and stuff like that. Don't really want you to see too much of the single player. I don't think the single player has rarely too many hours. It probably has 8 to 10 hours worth of actual gameplay there. And I think the bulk of their whole engineering and stuff is being crafted around this multiplayer. And once they can get that whole thing running on the older consoles, making sure that is lag free and all that other stuff, because I'm pretty sure that they're running on the S and X great, but they wanted to run on the first Xbox and the Xbox X, to
your knees are on the line for that, sir.
But
yes, your knees was on the line for yes, you had Addict.
I forgot about that too.
I'll be cashing in on y'all knees. When we see the Series S version.
Yeah, Cloud Play. Remember when I told you? They already told you.
They didn't include that game.
We don't know that. We don't know.
I like the cognitive dissonance. I love the cognitive dissonance. But continue, sir.
I made sure they didn't include that game.
Listen. But if they
focus.
You know what happens to the knees. God bless. And I just take them. It's no problem. I got a table back there.
No doubt.
If you need me to chop them off in the back, I do it.
You bought this, and there's a lot of knees on the line.
This is a lot of knees out here. Pause. But again, Rand might be right. In a sense of this. If you're looking, and I really hate when people equate Netflix to Game Pass because you can't buy no movies off of Netflix. Let's put that away.
Okay.
But business model, service model, and the fact that you're trying to keep a continual pay stream coming in is not advantageous to your wallet to release 2 of your number one franchise hits in the same month. You might have to stagnate that and put one on 1 month and one on the X. One in the beginning or
they
one
honestly
at the
don't
end.
care how many they sell you, King. They don't.
But to King's point, and Rand,
it's not about. It's not about.
They're gonna have 35 million or more Game Pass subscribers by the time those games.
It's not about selling. It's about how much realistic time do these people have. Like, it's like I said, how many games have you...
that's the argument that still makes sense to me in terms of how you market a game. That makes sense.
It's just like so just think about yourself. How many games have you're busy? Like, how many games have you had to drop because something else hot came out?
I even want to talk about
the last game. Like,
that's how the backlog get like that.
Yeah, that's my point. It's just like there's, and we're talking about individual substance like Call of Duty, Battlefield, because I'm sure they're going to try to compete with some kind of update by then. Like in the free to play model, and not just Halo. That's everything. That's Fortnite. That's Apex Legends. Guess when they love to drop stuff. In November. They love
no question. Look,
but like if you put all of that together, like in my personal opinion, it would be a huge mistake to drop 2 games like that within not even a week and a half of jump.
Listen, I actually agree with you, but actually it was funny. Shout out to Lord Paris in the chat, making some great points. 2 points he made. One, and the significance of November 15th, the Halo anniversary. Right?
Yes, sir.
That's huge. I can't deny
they respect
that.
tradition.
That is huge. That game came out on my birthday. I have a special place for Halo with that. Then 2, what he's saying is that Game Pass isn't copying the Netflix model. Go listen to Sarah Bond or Major Nelson. They are evolving much. So he's more in pocket with Solve than he is with me, Red, and King and Addict. So I want to bring it back to Red, you know what I'm saying? With those points in mind, that are fantastic points that Paris is saying, like, what do you feel about that? Does that shift you a little bit?
Not really. Like, I always kind of felt like Halo was going to release either early or release on the 15th for the 20th anniversary. I didn't expect Forza Horizon to launch so late.
That's true.
I wasn't expecting Forza Horizon to be November 9th.
Right? I expected a September release or something.
Yeah,
like
October. I thought it was going to be October, and I think the reason it's in November is because it was internally pushed back to November. That's why I low-key think Halo's been internally pushed back to probably the middle of December or January or February. Like that's because, like, there's no way that the COVID situation, I mean, obviously they pull out a lot of stops to try to get this game out. Coalition's been pretty much developing out, Halo. So, I mean, there's a lot of scenarios, but it's just like, there is a reason. And you know, I see a lot of people say, well, Addict, they probably didn't give a release date because, you know, they want to see the release dates of these other games. There's no way they don't know the release dates of other games. They know when Battlefield's coming out. They know when Call of Duty's coming out. There's no way Xbox does not know this.
Are you sure? Because Xbox thought Breath of the Wild 2 was this year, according to those leaked documents. Remember?
That's
get out of the
platform.
way.
I didn't bring up Horizon. That's another platform. Like they help these people make these games. They definitely know when these games are coming out.
What day was Back for Blood? That's the
12th of October.
That's the 12th of October, right? And then after that week, you have Battlefield that comes out the week later, right?
Yeah, and then I think you had Far Cry the week before Back for Blood.
Right.
And then
so October's packed.
October's a packed month.
We've
as well.
We've seen scenarios to where, like, sure, it's before Game Pass came out, but you know, when games that have nothing to do with each other comes out, and one the bigger one always eats the smaller one. With the Tomb Raider and the Fallout.
Like, but there was no Game Pass.
That's what. But I mean, I get that. But we're still
burden.
talking. We're still talking from a standpoint of people choosing two products over one another.
Right, but not if they see that matters if one of them is not on the service, right? If they're both on the service,
you make sense, Alf.
I get it. I get
he said, "I know."
I get it. They're both on the service, but
I actually said I don't know. But that's fine. That was better though. That was better.
I thought you said, "I know."
I get that they're both on the service, but if you look a week, like a half a month before that, Battlefield's coming out. I'm assuming Call of Duty is going to be out sometime that year. Like 2 weeks after that, Dying Light 2 is going to be dropping.
Your Rand. Question: what if they do it a week apart?
I mean, if they do, I mean, they could have an interesting marketing,
serious 1-2 punch,
an interesting marketing position, because you could essentially have ads featuring both games, and being like, you know, November 9th, November 15th. I guess it really just, honestly, here's what I think it is. I think it depends on when Halo's ready.
Yep.
I think 100% it depends on when it's ready. If it's ready on the 15th, maybe it launches on the 15th. If it needs to be on December 10th, then it'll be December 10th. You know what I mean?
How dangerous would they be, though, if they can do that and they don't care and they just like,
it would be
especially, like I said, especially if there's no Horizon. If there's no Horizon, there's nothing on the other. No, but that's fine. But for some people do, right? Some people do. So if there's a choice,
they got to figure out where they putting their money because they got to buy it.
So I don't know. Like, for me, it looks like such a great 1-2 punch.
Yeah,
and they never have to do it again, right? They don't have to repeat it. But
look,
I would love to see it.
Selfishly, I don't want that, but it's like I want them to breathe, man. I mean, look, it may be a new day, and maybe I'm thinking from an antiquated model, and that's fine. I'll take the L if it is. But to me, like, one thing I can't stand personally is when companies galvanize their releases all in that holiday season at the same time. And then it kind of forces you to make choices. Now, granted, yes, Game Pass changes things. Game Pass, you do not have to worry as much. But I'm just thinking about marketing and just breathing from a marketing standpoint. So in one sense, you're going to say, Forza Horizon, this mega thing. and you know what I'm saying, like Halo, it's just like I feel like they should at least have a month apart so that with the game, to me, in my mind,
what if they have the Warthog that's in Forza Horizon?
That would be crazy. You know, if they do a double marketing, then my whole theory gets shot down, and I'm an L. And they'll be like, no doubt, and that would be
the pre-order package.
And Paris makes the point that because of the early access for Forza, it's almost a 2-week spread. Almost.
Yeah, this is true.
I just worry.
We got to stop being old here.
Yeah, I know. Look,
it's a new world, man.
It could be a new world. It could be new.
Did you watch this show different with different eyes, didn't you?
I definitely did.
Yeah, because when Sarah Bond said there's 27 games in Game Pass, your views and how you watch that show with the level of excitement is through the roof.
The only thing I'm going to hold on to is with a Game Pass model. In my opinion, they make bigger money than me. They know how to market their games. I'm just talking about my opinion, my little guess, right? Yeah. So my thing is, one would think you want every month to have some kind of big release so that every month there's a reason to stay subscribed to Game Pass.
Because Game Pass is the model. Into what Sovereign said?
What's going on? You changing on me?
Because no. HBO Max did 2 big releases in 1 month. Mm-hmm. They just really didn't care.
Yeah, but they did. This is games too.
Look, but since dudes want to talk about subscription services, facts. And that's a subscription service. It literally they had 2 big movies in 1 month and was like, ha ha.
You know what? I think 2 years ago, the argument about I'm leaving Game Pass because there are no first party games in there is more compelling than now. I think everything that comes in besides the first party stuff is so compelling. That, like, you know, if you're not into Game Pass for more than just the first party,
right?
That you know, I don't know who they're speaking to then, because there's a lot. Like, you know, when it's my turn to go, I'm gonna focus more on the indie stuff, because that stuff is
just go right in. Let's go, because
I stayed on. So for me, obviously, right. All the first party stuff stays there in perpetuity. It's always going to be there. So that's core to Game Pass. But for me, like, the biggest excitement for me was the fact that what I call the prestige indies really showed. And one of my criticisms of Xbox in the past in terms of their E3 presence is that they've had the sizzle reel of indies, the ID at Xbox stuff. Nothing really gets to shine like that. And oftentimes you'll get shine on games that are 3 years out, 4 years out, or games that aren't great, right? And this year they really picked games that I felt shone. And for me, replaced. Then you have the game that we said looked like Inside. It's from one of the creators of Inside.
Somerville boy took
Somerville.
Woo!
Yeah, so that what the heck else? Obviously, like, Plague Tale is indie quote, but and so for me, like, you know, the Ayuden Chronicles and stuff like that. It just that the other small stuff is compelling. We have people that never in their life cared a damn about Stalker, talking about Stalker is the greatest looking thing ever.
That's me. Attic was clowning me. He's like, you gonna hate it. He's like, it's not the game you think it is. I'm like, I don't care. Look how it looked though.
Look how it looks though.
I was like, it looks phenomenal. I'm in on game.
Look how it looks. And then on top of that, then you have Game of the Year candidates into Game Pass with Hades and stuff like that. So to me, it's like the argument of just, you know, Game Pass being relevant just for all that first party stuff.
Right.
Yes, it was light the first year or two, right, in terms of big third party stuff that we could say point to. Right. But I think, you know, the floodgates opened with Outriders and MLB The Show, and then all this other stuff that's coming, the smaller stuff that people really pay attention to. Years ago, would somebody have cared about Replaced? Like, I would have cared about Replaced, right?
Yeah.
But now, like, Game Pass has given it that platform where it's like, look, no matter what, like, if I had to pay $25 for this, maybe I'm not buying it.
Me and you both screamed when we saw that EU Chronicles.
Woo! Yeah, because that's Suikoden, right? Yeah, and for old dudes like that, we care about Suikoden.
Yeah.
You know, and for me, it just does so much to bring these games to the forefront in a way that you can't really do on its own. Like, a Playdead game is going to get a lot of eyes because Playdead has that cachet already.
Yeah.
These other developers may not have that.
Right. So to me, for a second, we have over 800 plus people here. Let's get those likes up, get those shares out. Let's get this information. We have the great Rand al Thor here, the man with the million.
I'm a fraud, though, King. What are you talking about?
Fraud. Somebody call Rand a fraud in the chat.
I only called him a fraud because he fronted on the power of Halo, and I stood firm in the darkest hour.
You stood by Craig. He stood by Craig.
I stood by Craig when it wasn't cool to hang with Craig.
So I listen, for me, there's so many more reasons to stay in Game Pass than just the first party stuff. The first party stuff is just now catching up, and that's just gonna be like that's just gonna snowball. It really is. It really is. So to me, and then going back to the two-prong approach with the secondary with the secondary conference approach, to me, the pincer approach.
They're doing it again.
That is fantastic.
The X show and the S show.
You know, if people who played the first Plague Tale were excited, right? Then you give me the announcement 4K 60 upgrade coming July 6th.
That's right.
I get more excited.
Okay, you know why that happened?
What?
Because it's gonna be in PlayStation Plus.
Oh yeah, it's PlayStation Plus this month as well.
Yeah. So they say, yo, don't worry, we give you a better one next month.
Yeah. So it's like to me, like Rand mentioned, those secondary little announcements they could throw in there, you know, bringing back Design Lab and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think it just continues that positive narrative, right? And it's and then again, they still have more. Sarah Bond said it on Major Nelson. She was like, yeah, we have a lot more to show.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, I love everything they did this time. I think the influences from both Xbox and Bethesda are clear.
Yeah.
And I love the fact that they're working in unison like this.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get the king, man. 2-format approach. How was you feeling, man? What overall standouts? Where you at with the team?
First, I would just like to say I was so happy that Phil looked relieved. Because it didn't look like he had to hold everything on his shoulders.
King, were you surprised he came out last though?
Yeah.
Were you surprised when he didn't come out to lead the show and it was Guy Howard?
I like to see that.
He didn't need to be. He's Barry Bonds now. He back and clean up. You know what I'm saying? Like he bringing everybody home. So he didn't need to start off the show. We needed Derek Jeter up in the front. We needed him to get on base. So you know. Derek Jeter got out there. He do what Derek Jeter does. God Howard definitely in pocket. So I loved all of it. And he didn't. You know how I knew it wasn't going to be a full trailer? He didn't have on a leather jacket.
So the brown jacket was a tell.
The brown jacket is the breakdown jacket. That's the breakdown.
He was casual. Yeah. Y'all should have been casual too. But y'all wasn't. And it wasn't a CGI trailer. That trailer was in
game. Yeah. You saw I tied you up in front of that. They were laughing at people.
Yeah, but I want to tell y'all one thing. With that Craig face, y'all didn't get a trailer because y'all did that with Craig. So if y'all never did that with Craig, y'all would have probably got a whole in-game trailer and all that stuff that you love. You made the world how it is. Don't be upset because the floor stink because you left the water on the floor. You did this, right? So now you got to live with how the world is. And I was cool with what they showed. That's in-game engine, good. I don't know nothing about the game anyway. So I really can't get crazy about it. For y'all dudes that's hoping and wishing, it coming, but it ain't coming at all. And that's what I was more happy about. I was more happy about them saying it's exclusive. It means it's only over
that was
here,
the message.
And it's not going over there, right? So I love the first show was messaging and branding. Sarah Bond came out and said, we're going to show you 30 games. 27 of them
Game Pass
is exclusive. The Game Pass. If it's console exclusive or whatever for that period of time. Excuse me. I love that. I love that. So, because you told me we're gonna show you 30 games. If you feel like buying them, you're only gonna have to buy 3. Thank God. From right there, my wallet just actually gave you a kiss. So now I'm watching these shows with different eyes and a different heart. Because no longer have to check off games, which is my standout, which I'm playing all of that hit Game Pass. Every last one of them that hit Game Pass. You will get my engagement. But I saw games in there that I can really be genuinely excited for because I will be able to partake in. I went to my you know how when you can go, because after the show, your Xbox, if you don't have an Xbox, this is what happens. Right? This is what happens.
Educate.
All right. You can go to your dashboard and you can preload all those games.
Yeah.
So all those games I saw at the show, you know, Hades is ready. He's ready upstairs. Oh, because we have space, we have a hard drive.
Stop it.
I know that one stings a little because you really thought by now you would have information on your hard drive. That's why they wasn't there. They didn't have enough hard drive space.
Continue on the
back
Xbox
to
show.
what
sir.
I was saying. Nah, man, they always gotta get this work. Hell with that. It was a beautiful show. I love Replaced.
Yes.
I think that's the highest one on my list. But the fact that I never brought Hades because I really didn't want to pay in 480p, and I really didn't care about what they was talking about. Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spitzer said, "Yo, King, I'm looking through your game list." And because he has access to everything, because
he's all seeing.
He sees all. And I've noticed
Phil Spencer, the elusive man.
Yo, I've noticed you have not played Hades, and I'm gonna give you that game of the year, Butters. So definitely, I'm gonna play that game. Atomic Heart. I never knew I needed the game, but I do now. Right? It was a lot of stuff. There's certain stuff in there that I saw. I was like, kind of iffy on. Yeah. The Forza Horizon.
Whoa.
Now this is where the fraud in me comes out.
Let's go.
Because they've been there. I haven't really got into them because the racing thing. Then you gotta you know how much time you gotta dedicate to that stuff. Shout out to Dealer because Dealer definitely gets busy with all that. But I'm gonna say this though. When you can have a picture on the screen. And I'm thinking you're gonna start talking about the location and where you recorded the said scenery, and then the car comes flying out, and then usually it's only one car when graphics on the outside look really good like that. The other cars start coming. I said, "Oh my god!"
Yeah,
bro, and that's last gen Forza.
Bro, thank you.
They literally to jump in the same vibe I had. I just sat there and said, "Yo, I gotta put respect on Playground name. I've been very disrespectful."
Oh yeah, man. You know how I get when Horizon comes out. Oh my god,
Playground, that level of fidelity, because we was there. We did the live reaction. I'm with King. I'm like, yo, that is a great video footage of the mountains in Mexico.
I thought they was gonna show. You know how they do. We did so many polygons to replicate the world, and no, the car said, and it went straight through the water, like, and I'm like, I'm gonna play.
Amazing.
So that game stood out, but then when we got to Halo,
that's what Rand said.
Get rid of dude, buddy.
Cortana.
And he's going through space. He's giving movement. And he's getting to the ship. It gave me feelings. I forgot which Halo was that. I think it was 1 or 2. I mean, no, 2 or 3. I think that somebody told me it was 4 when he was in space or whatever. And he got there to Cortana. Those are big scenes. Those are powerful scenes. And somebody listened to what is the core of Master Chief. It's not just Master Chief is a loner. Master Chief is a loner with an AI that is in his head that he cares about and that cares about Chief. That dynamic is a marriage that we have been linked to since the conception of this game.
Preach.
So
on to something
to show this, and then because I watched this thing probably a million times, to be honest with you. Then I start when I went to the 4K, I already told you my show was 9.5. And that was before we even got to Paris early, so they are 10. I know I was watching it with different eyes now because I'm trying to discern the story. Yeah. And I'm like, yo, Katana's that shit. She's scheming right now. Because when you get there, the story makes no sense to that point. How you don't know why? What's up? No, you know how I am.
Yeah, I know.
When I smell BS,
yep.
It ain't gonna work with me. I'm like, that's Katana. He putting her in his head. And you know how you do. You put her right back in, smash. And something's gonna happen. Something's gonna be really
Something's
good.
gonna go down.
It was just it was the moment that AI was like, I don't know what happened. Like, really? You don't know what happened? Nah.
Thank you. Don't smell right.
Okay.
Don't, thank you. I'm glad
I like this theory. This theory is fire.
So remember in the years that 343 always got the story wrong.
It also kind of like hinted that like something's up with Chief too, because she's like
did you
when
bump
he
your
said
head?
that like did you bump your head to like he had amnesia or something.
Something's up.
Well, because that's the beginning of the game, so they're gonna have to set up like what happened, like why, right? Because like you have that initial trailer from 2019 where he jumps out of the back of the like Pelican or whatever they're in. And then like this is like extended that, like, so he's jumping out into the space to go over, like, so of course he's gonna be like, what happened? Because as a player, you don't know what happened.
Well,
so Chief doesn't know
the beginning of the game.
Well, I think it pretty much is the beginning.
I don't think
or
so.
Or maybe like the first level or something. You know what I mean?
So. I don't think so.
You think it's father?
Okay. No, because he already talking. You already heard dude buddy inside the back. They just didn't show him.
Right.
You understand? So
hate that. I love that.
I really can't stand dude buddy. But again, anyway, remember they always did the single player. It was either always on or always off. The single player or the multiplayer. Yeah, the single player, and then the multiplayer showing.
Boy,
took it back to old Bungie feel.
Sarah
Bond came out to show.
Yes.
You know, the baton is being passed or whatever. Let's get the confidence, and then old boy showed you why we are here. And gave you feelings of that blood gulch. They gave you feelings of hang 'em high.
Bro,
it was stuff that was going on.
People watched our reaction and the part where they did capture the flag, and I said, "Yo, kid, get the whip. Yo, we out.
Get the whip. You remember that?
Right? People were like, "Yo, y'all gave us goosebumps." These are the things people used to say during the LAN parties, during the classic big team battle, and like that's capture the flag, bro.
Salvin's in the sniper position. Yeah, he hit the dude going down. We took him down. We got the flag. Let's go.
Yo, dude running down. Yo, remember dudes running in the middle of the battlefield with the flag, trying to dip and dodge out of sniper fire.
If this showed anything, you know what it showed? I know people ain't gonna agree with this. People in it for this multiplayer, man.
For sure.
And last year they saw all that single player, same gameplay. You know, people had a lot of issues. This year, like I'll say that the graphics look better, but I'm not gonna sit here and act like it looked like a huge step up. And people saw that. People heard that double kill, grab the flag. That got to people way more than
the single player. The single player is for us old dudes. And you know, any new people coming in that they happen to capture with that, fine. But it's that multiplayer that they're really trying to.
So when he did the grappling hook, and he had on the ninja suit.
Oh man!
And he grabbed the blade. And remember. This dude whiffed because he went to throw like an elbow. He whiffed and he went mid to the body with the blade. Oh God! I'm like, this is it right here. Now to end on Back for Blood.
Oh, let's go. Thank you. For
I already know. I already know my life is gone.
Yeah, that's all.
I already know that.
I love how it went to one thing and King's just recapping the whole
he asked me how I felt about the conference. My standout from the conference.
My standout is the 30 games in 30 games. 27 of them game
I did that. I know.
I didn't give you 30 games. I gave you the replays.
Continue with your bloviation, sir.
Yeah. I gave you the Hades. I gave you the Halo.
Dude, Hades was a big announcement.
That was
I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah.
Continue.
These are games I ain't gonna play. Shut up, bro.
Continue.
But just to close off, because
Rand made him feel guilty.
Rand doesn't like that. I love everything. I just want to say,
no, continue, sir. Continue.
They did it to me during the live stream. I ran down every game.
But Back for Blood is the game. I've been asking for this, right? And I've been trying to follow Turtle Rock all over the damn place for whatever they drop, just to get this feeling back there. Because when you hooked onto something, you addicted to something, you addicted. and they showed up, and I've already did the deep dive on this game on something else that I saw of the game, and it's more aspects to it than Left 4 Dead because you get to really customize your characters going out into these worlds. I can't wait to get that back, but to be in Game Pass, day and date, you just saved my wallet. My kid is going to college this year. So, on God and them, God bless you, dudes. I really appreciate everything that you have done for me. And if anybody gonna tell me, King is a rental service, well, guess who's renting? And I'm renting so hard.
With an option to
King, I got a question for you, brother.
Yes.
With Back 4 Blood Day 1 in Game Pass, right? And Battlefield launching 10 days later, how do you feel about Battlefield being in Game Pass day 1 when Back 4 Blood's in there the week before? Do you still feel confident that that's happening?
I think they're working a deal out. I think in order for Battlefield to even take on the juggernaut, which is Call of Duty, which has been the bane of their soul, I think they have to get that 30 million views, those eyes on it. You know, they need to have a situation. Okay, as a business dude, I'm gonna say it's financially advantageous to remove the barrier of pay to a product that you're putting up to a competitor that has an install base that you haven't been able to crack down by going head to head with them for years. You have tried every and anything to beat them at their own game. You already know for a fact that it's not going to be in Game Pass. That is your primary advantage in going at them to grab, let's say 30 million of those Game Pass owners. Right. Let's say some of them, let's say 15 million of them, like Call of Duty. Let's say 15 million of them thinking they might pre-order them, right? Give them a reason to stick their money back in their pocket and put it in yours. Give them a reason to give them that same experience, if not a better experience, to look at your product and value you more going forward. I think 30 million eyes on your product is invaluable to the brand, because if it actually does capture a 10 million sold day one, let's just say that happens, and then how many other people get a chance to look at it? Because we go where our friends go. Right. If you can pull these people over, I think so. Rand, I really think they're working the deal out right now. They don't want to hurt the pre-order sales for the game going through. And don't trust me, I listened to you already. And this is my own thought before that. But I think Phil is going to be working that deal. I think EA is going to be working that deal. I think they're going to be working that deal up until the last minute
like
to
an
get it in
like
there.
an outrider situation where
Yes, because
like a week or two before release and then boom.
Yes, I honestly think so, because Outriders, when Square Enix told you the level of success that Outriders would do was attributed to Game Pass insertion day and date, with all the flaws that game had, it still was riding number 2 inside Xbox and being sold. So again, I think it's going to be a point where Game Pass is going to change deals. I think they need it. I really honestly, to survive against Call of Duty, they need it.
No, I feel it. Look, great points. We got to see how that thing's going to play. I'll make my point real quick because we did stay with this kind of long. Look, this was a phenomenal show. This was an outstanding Xbox show. The pacing was the best I've ever seen from them. I think that was a standout. And, you know, I want them to encapsulate this format and keep this forever. This is the new wave. This is how it should be. We've complained for years on presentation and how to do it. You know, to like Rand and King was saying in reference to, I love the fact that, you know, Phil let the team shine. You know what I mean? We got all the people. It was good to see Todd in front. It was good to see Sarah Bond out there, you know. And I'm with Rand. I think, you know, 343 has the potential to pull off one of the greatest comeback stories if they could, you know, launch this thing and land the plane safely, so to speak, right? If they land that launch nice, this could be, because I haven't seen people get this excited for Halo in years. Like, it gave me goosebumps. It made me emotional. I thought, like King said, the single player hit the right notes for me for the hardcore base. I didn't go too crazy because I didn't do a deep dive with the single player. I know some people had an issue with that. My thing is, I understood the context of where the story was going, and I'm with King. I'm not Mr. Buddy Cop. I'm more Cortana. So I'm all about that relationship and whatever happens there. So that was fire. Forza Horizon showed out. We know about that. Graphical fidelity. But yeah, back to Halo again, the multiplayer. Man, oh man, did they nail that. And the free-to-play is going to be a huge deal for engagement. Huge. People that never played Halo are going to try Halo. There's a new generation of gamers that don't know about Halo are going to try Halo. I love they got bots. They got remember, we even forgetting the cross-play aspect. This is going to be a huge base. So all they have to do now is stick the landing as far as the launch.
doing correct beta tests, server, stresses, all the IT networking that must be done. Please land the plane. And I got to shout out that we didn't give him his credit. And I'm not going to say he's the sole reason, but in my opinion, Joseph Staten, I felt the difference. Now, I know it's a team effort, and I want to shout out everybody in 353. But Joseph Staten, that old Bungie feel was there, man. It was there. So they killed it. The Game Pass announcements were tremendous. Starfield, I always look at it like Bethesda really, in my opinion, and Rand, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I feel that Microsoft had more to do with that. Because I feel like Microsoft felt we gonna put this narrative out.
Oh, we gonna tell people it's exclusive.
Exactly. Like
tell everybody.
If I was a bird or a fly in the room, historically, Bethesda doesn't show until it is ready. Historically, right? So for them to tell us Starfield's coming out next year, right? To me, that's not in their DNA. That to me is Microsoft. Look. You get out on stage, we just gonna let them know where they gonna get this at and where they gonna get this at.
I think the exclusive thing was Microsoft. Yes. I think they wanted to give a date because that's a big move, being like, we're staking our claim this date a year in advance. Like we are 11/11/2022. Yes. Nobody, you better not come close to this. You're thinking about launching? You better not be launching because this is our date.
Yo, Cog, I'm gonna send you a video where Microsoft was like, we exclusive, and you gonna tell everybody we exclusive. We dating. Us,
bro. It was no what we call it meat on the table. Meat on the table.
Oh, and then they were, and then Aaron, and PeteHines were on the XCast afterwards.
We're gonna transition now. Let's get right to it.
But I mean, PeteHines was very confident in saying, "Just wait till you actually see it.
Just wait, baby."
Well, listen,
and for people, people assuming that the game is just like the other games. If it's not. If it's something that really graphically is going to blow you away, even if the guts of it are Skyrim in space, that's fine. But they just have to polish that.
But Cog, the internet told me that nobody cares about Starfield because Microsoft's using the trailer as an ad. So all those views are just made up. And
you know how the internet's always right, man.
Yeah, that's my line. That's why I like Red using my joint. The internet said, "Yeah, look, man, they killed it. They killed it. To me, it just comes down to the great pantheons of Xbox shows. I'm with Rand initially though. I'm still on my 8.5 only because it was great. Don't get me wrong. I'm kind of from the King school of thought. I want knockout blows. I want what is it? PlayStation E3 of Dream type moments.
The real mic drop.
Yeah, like what I'm saying. Yeah. So they didn't have it was great. They just didn't have enough of that, so I could say it's the greatest of all time. I still gonna die on my, Peter Moore era, saying Halo
pulling up the sleeve.
EA, remember EA got announced during that thing. That was a big deal. They was avoiding Xbox. And then I also got 2018 up there because as much people can say, okay, 2018 wasn't all that great, but for me, it showed that because at that point we weren't sure if they were committed to gaming. We weren't sure, right? And then Phil comes out and it's like Ninja Theory, Undead Labs, Initiative. We got our own studio. Like it just showed me, oh no, they're in it. They're in it to win it, and then they're taking gaming seriously. But overall, if someone puts this as the greatest show, I don't get mad. It's just now, the pantheon of whatever. But anyway, that's all I got. You want to get a switch chat shit that we just
we got a bunch, yeah.
We gotta get a couple because we got.
So okay, excuse my voice. I'm really under the weather, so I'm sounding extra sexy today. We got I started out with the Blue Wave. I don't know if you guys have read anything before that. I got the Blue Wave, $3 super chat. Fear the Deer. What deer are you talking about? I don't know.
The Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh,
they beat the Nets. Like Fear the Deer.
God,
Hey, didn't the internet tell me that it was going to be Lakers Nets in the finals this year? Isn't that what everybody said?
Thank you, Bucks. You made me some bucks. God bless.
Flame, $2 super chat. Shout out to Capcom for 8 minutes of Ace Attorney. And we have Tony Bryant, $5 super chat. I'm late. Great show and happy Father's Day to the realm. Thank you, sir.
No doubt.
Then we got the Otaku Fix, $2 super chat. Salute. Happy Father's Day, Lords. Y'all have a great day. Thank you as well, sir.
God bless.
Then we have Jonathan B, $5 super chat. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, guys, but has anyone seen Chaos? I would like to kill him. Thank you. Then we have Flame, $2 super chat. Shout out to Final Fantasy Chaos and Blurry Babylon. Wow. Then we have Flame, $2 super chat. Sony wasn't at E3 because that money went to Bugsnax. Wow. Then we got Rain G4, $5 super chat. Showing up to E3 is like athletes doing press conferences after the game.
Yo.
And we got Lord Roughness, $5 super chat. Every generation winner gets the win from the beginning with momentum. Xbox have such a head start right now, they won't be caught. Hashtag Xbox for the win. See? Then we got Select Bang with the £5 super chat. 007. Yes, Rand with the Iron Lords. Yes.
Woo! That's right. Good combination.
Always a fantastic combination. Then we got the Wise Old Gamer, $5 super chat. In order to have a show, you should have something to show. Horizon was shown. Insomniac just shipped. Naughty Dog, Sony Bend, and God of War not ready. What's left? We'll see.
They better have something.
They gotta have something. Then we got Jonathan Lopez, $5 super chat. My father's not in my life. He could be a bad father, a good father, but I won't know because he never showed up. Happy Father's Day, Mom. No doubt.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there are plenty of people. Those are the mothers out there playing two roles. Exactly. Then we got the Wise Old Gamer, $5 super chat. I was simping over the 2K Zoom conference, the best. And we got Black Ronin, 357, $5 super chat. Microsoft and Bethesda was getting high on the people. Fred Hampton, BC, voiceover. Shout out, Paris.
Yo, I caught that. That was funny. I caught that.
I'm getting high off the people. I get high off the people. That was a great movie.
Great movie.
Then we got Eric Franklin, $10 super chat. Happy Father's Day to the Lords, all the dads out there, and all the father figures. Also, thank you, King, for a great message this morning. Have an amazing show, all. Thank you.
God bless, brother.
Then we got Grown Women's Gaming's finest, Lady Infamous, 415. $10 super chat. Happy Father's Day. Thank you. Likewise.
Niners stand up, bang, bang, Niners game.
Then we got Element Appeal, $5 super chat. Which looks hotter, Rand? Replaced or The Last Night?
That's a good question because I thought Replaced was The Last Night when they first showed it off. Well, we have a release date for Replaced, and we don't know when Last Night's coming, so Replaced.
Okay.
Or a release year, at least.
I think I think that was a troll. I don't think that game exists.
It might not. Then we have Gerald Mack, $2 super chat. ILP is the hottest podcast. All hail the ILP. Thank you, sir. Thank you, then we got Family in the Realm. Abantis, $10 super chat.
Abantis, what's up, man?
It's here for the home. What do you say?
Always love for games on this show, and the personalities are what keeps you coming back. I know they said they wouldn't split it, but if multiplayer and campaign came out separately, is that an L?
Actually, I have a theory on how they're gonna do that if they do it. What?
I was gonna say, didn't they say that they weren't?
Yeah, they said they weren't doing it.
No, but I have a theory how they are going to do it if they do it.
Oh, okay.
Hit it. Tell us.
Around like they're gonna, you know how like they love to give us like those 3-month betas.
Yeah, it's just gonna.
It's gonna be a beta that goes to the real game.
You've technically had it for 5 months already.
They're gonna be like, okay, look. We're delaying the game, but we gonna give you this beta for 3 months.
Savage.
And then at the end of the beta, it'll be like a couple days to a week.
1.0.
Messy. Continue.
Then we got Pixel Bit G, $5 super chat. 8-hour Halo Infinite campaign. Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Halo is open world.
Not like King saying that.
Yeah, I mean it is an open world.
8 to 10 hours, I said, and that's cool. A lot of these so-called open world games, shout out to Miles Morales, you can finish in 3 hours.
Moving on.
It's gonna be a lot more than that. Average Halo is 10 hours. This will be double that. Okay.
Oh God, here we go.
And we got Corey Hale, $20 super chat. Happy Father's Day, Lords, and all those in chat. Xbox also looking like the father of games this generation. Doing it.
Okay.
Then we got Dobakin 89.
I know him.
$2 super chat. With Game Pass, the old point of views don't matter.
Okay. Yeah, it could be the old fossil thinking the old way. Could be.
You do like Nintendo.
Oh, that was wild.
I
was a shot. Crazy. I can't even say that with that.
Get low.
I had to get low. I got you.
It does put a wrench in a lot of scenarios that wouldn't be deemed like something that could succeed. That was something like Game Pass. Like, for instance, like we were talking about Halo and Forza dropping in the same month. Like stuff like that. I personally feel like even if you could drop them in the same month, you want to separate them a little bit. But I mean, with Game Pass, because the thing is like you don't have to pay for them both. Like you can come back to it. But my thing is like a lot of gamers don't go back to it. So
then we have Cypher Poe 192. Put the crest in the chat for the newest member of the round.
Salute. Put the crest up.
Then we have Urban Ninja 313, $5 super chat. Honestly, telling people that Halo and Forza are available before Christmas makes the series an easy purchase. It's a 1-2 punch, man. It's crazy. We got King One Supreme, $5 super chat. Happy Father's Day to King, and also happy Father's Day to Phil for fathering Jim Dance Smooth Ryan Style.
Wow, I gave a style to run with? Damn. Okay.
Sorry, complicit.
Then we have Louis Bill with the $5 super chat. Given their recent partnership with Deviant Games bringing old devs from COD, do you guys think Sony is getting insecure with their lack of multiplayer IPs?
No, I think
they need them.
I think
they realize that
they're doing what Microsoft is doing. They are kind of weak when it comes to multiplayer. They're strong when it comes to single player. Why keep doubling down on your strengths and not making attention? Taking attention to your weeknesses.
I think what people, I think what people are going to start realizing is, and you need to get this into your heads. PlayStation is doing exactly what Xbox is doing. They're just behind the 8 ball in a way that Xbox isn't. Xbox is really prepared for cloud, really prepared for all this other stuff. PlayStation is sort of a little behind the 8 ball in that regard. So
they really got money.
It seems like PlayStation, they want to get, they know that curve is going to happen eventually, and they know that they don't necessarily want to do it right now, but they do want that being an option if it does go down that curve.
I can see that.
Yeah.
What else we got, Sal?
Then we have King One Supreme, $2 super chat. Had Atomic Heart pre-ordered on PC. Thanks, Phil. Who did that?
Who did that?
Yes. I guess he canceled that pre-order.
Shout out to your wallet.
Then we got Gamers Play, $5 super chat. Forza Horizon 5 is a casual racing game. Halo Infinite will not affect the sales nor engagement of either title, no matter how close they launch together. 11/15/22.
Is it casual?
20,
they show
22.
A lot of stuff.
Not 22, 21.
He said 22. Yeah.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Then we have Ketan Clan, not or Qtan Clan, if you want to say it that way. $5 super chat. Halo will affect engagement. You know why? I don't care about Halo, but now I'm hyped for it after that engagement. I will be there day and day.
Free to play does change things. That's no doubt.
It does. Sure. It does. Then we got DJ Birdo, $5 super chat. Slap that like button, damn it.
Yeah, DJ Birdo, the 1 and 2s. Let's go.
Okay, so anything that we got after that, after DJ Birdo, where are we? Did we get anything else? We have Victor Alistine. We got Brad. Let me roll back a little bit.
I just looked on Google about the whole Halo November 15th thing.
Yeah, what's going on?
Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War came out on November 13th last year, which was a Friday. And let's assume...
Was it the year before that they went in October?
So 2019 with Modern Warfare, they came out at the end of October, because I think that's when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out.
Yeah.
And then Black Ops 4 came out in October as well, judging from this. So with October packed with Back 4 Blood, and then Far Cry 6 before Back 4 Blood, and then Battlefield already the 22nd, if they stick to the same release date for this new Call of Duty, and it's November 13th, do we still feel that Microsoft will release Halo 2 days after Call of Duty?
I don't think they care about Call of Duty. I think
don't
Game
know.
Pass. I'm gonna tell you this: Call of Duty is not selling 30 million day one.
It's an interesting social experiment, right? They have to do these things to figure out what happens, right? They don't know. They can speculate all they want. They can have models that speculate.
Call of Duty ain't selling 30 million day one. I don't care.
All I'm saying is if Xbox feels like they can drop a Halo 2 days after Call of Duty, is Sony really the one we calling arrogant? Like,
and I say this,
we can't act like Call of Duty don't outsell everything every year.
The same way I said that when the media moved off of their perch for that broken game that I still didn't buy yet. When the medium, exactly. When the medium moved off their perch, and I said, don't do that. You respect I'm not gonna be a fraud. I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm telling to any Xbox exec that's listening, go beat them upside their head. You go do that. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I know where I'm gonna be, and I know where 30 million other people will be.
How'd that work?
On Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
Exactly. But if you go with the argument that Call of Duty bulldozes over everything, right?
They're not bulldozing
so it doesn't matter.
It does.
So then it doesn't matter. To me, I agree with King. No, I'm like, you know what? You have to see.
You guys are being the rebels right now.
No, I'm saying, but again, you haven't seen this before, right? They have to figure out the power and the reach of Xbox, right? You have to put it in a real situation.
That's a real situation.
When you
gotta test out Game Pass.
Right? We do it more than testing. We shoot.
But when you gonna know if your champ can fight? When you gonna know if he can really get busy? Right?
And let's have some training.
That's what we haven't seen this champ in a while.
The sparring was 2 years into it, right? We're talking about 30 to 35 million people in Game Pass by the time these games launch, right? Let's say that's a number, right? That is a very compelling amount of eyes to have your game in front of it.
The thing is
we know, and we also know that bully is scared. Because when a real challenge show up, he moved. When Red Dead showed up, he got up off that square.
Okay, because of Red Dead, that
he did move for Red Dead. He did move
for Red Dead, but this ain't Red Dead.
Yeah, but we already know.
Let Addy get his balls on.
He tuck his chin when he's scared. I'm just saying.
We can't sit here and be like, yo, let's let Halo be good, man. Let's Halo do this, and then we put him in a Tomb Raider situation.
If the Tomb Raider situation did not involve Game Pass,
it involves Call of Duty. It's worse.
No, the Tomb Raider situation. Win.
The Tomb Raider situation was Fallout, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Fallout. But you know what's funny? Fallout would get capped by Call of Duty. So
not in game.
I love what I started.
You threw a grenade.
There is a game. There is a game already releasing on November 15th. You guys know what it is?
No, what's that?
Grand Theft Auto 5.
Oh yeah,
it's that next gen version.
Yo, why is it that we have to pay attention to that,
bro?
We do. We have
Halo.
To
stay out of November. Stay out of November, bro. Just stay. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Keep your ego. Tuck your chin. You got time, bro. It's no need to jump out. There's killers out there on that block. There's killers.
The game is ready for the 20th anniversary. It's ready to go. They should walk away.
They don't got Game Pass.
Bro, it's shooters on that side. I'm just telling you.
All the shooters what they want. They don't have Game Pass. You have a certified HGH dopamine filled up show. You are walking in the room 30 million strong. You gonna win. The fight is over.
What you mean it's over? You're on one platform.
I don't care about the other platform.
What you talking about?
Listen, you know why I don't care? Okay, so all right, check this out. This is where
never mind. I was wrong. November 11th is when GTA 5.
Still, stay out of November. So don't go down that street. Stay off November Street.
You're looking at this one platform, right? So we already know PlayStation dudes ain't running out 30 million strong to buy nothing. So 30 million strong to buy nothing. They not doing it.
You got to keep in mind that right now, crossplay most likely is going to be the next Call of Duty. People are going to want to be playing these games together.
Is it Warzone still free to play? Is it Warzone still free to play?
Yeah, Warzone.
It's over. I don't play it now.
Yeah, but that's Warzone isn't. Unless they drop something brand new.
No,
for
they
Warzone
always
that
do.
day.
They always do. Every time they drop a Call of Duty, they drop something on Warzone.
Okay.
Halo, don't move.
Warzone's going to stop everybody from hustling. That's what it's going to be.
And take these snacks, son.
I say, put your neck out there.
Do it.
I say go out there and also go out there with the force so you can run them over.
Let me tell you, someone that plays that game that we was talking about earlier, don't put your neck out anywhere because I'm gonna axe it today.
Bro, stay off that block, man.
Listen, man. Listen, at this point, I believe, King, we're in pocket, baby.
Thank you,
pocket.
man. Knock these dudes out. Teach them a lesson. really are. I'm okay. And they couldn't fight good.
I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
I am okay with testing the markets. And
I'm not okay with being.
Hold on,
let me
not with that game and not in November.
I'm okay with them
fight
doing
that
it,
dude,
but we ain't doing it with Halo, man. Like, come on, like you know how much
biggest gun.
But my thing is,
who else you gonna do it
like
with?
You want the they got a home run, you want them to do a layup.
You know what pisses me off? I gotta get this off. You know what pisses me off is that they acting like Halo just didn't get a wedgie last year. Like Halo got slapped down the block last year. Like we let us breathe. They just now getting their respect back. And
so people are excited. You want them to have a light touch.
No, I want
it ain't no light touches.
Get a tune-up fight first.
Who's the tune-up?
Tune up and tune yourself up in October and September. Handle that muff.
This is what me.
Stay off that block, fam.
Now, okay, this is one thing though. I think we're arguing. Like these games fundamentally play very differently too, right? They may attract two different audiences,
everything plays differently.
but they do and they may just attract different audiences. They really can.
It's called a 30 million audience, and the other audience got to go in their pocket.
I gotta be COD.
COD drop is over.
It don't move no needles, bro.
Yes, it do. Every MPD. Are you crazy?
Hold up.
We need to fight them.
But the thing is though, King, like me and Carl, we want a safe landing. You guys want to get shot like that.
I don't want nothing nice. I don't want no.
It's like
this is Rand's fault. I blame Rand for starting this.
You can blame Ram all you like, but at the end of the day, I don't want no light touches. We didn't spend all this money. They didn't get all these studios. You didn't do all this work. You didn't double down and get hard and get strong and then did all this. You got 30 million strong. We got you.
You know what's funny? You didn't do all that to get slapped by
slapped exactly. And then nobody played the game. After all this greatness.
You know what's funny, Caught? After all this happens, this is what's gonna happen. I don't know why they did it.
Yep. It's gonna be like those great, when you go to the tombstones, you look at Titanfall 2's tombstone, you be like, why they launched this joint at the same time? It's gonna be a Titanfall. You're right. That's the only good argument I will give y'all. Game Pass and free-to-play multiplayer, I give y'all that, no doubt.
I'm not saying Game Pass isn't big. It is.
I want them to drop the same.
I'm saying right now, the fan base.
So please don't listen to these people.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm not saying Game Pass is big, but I'm saying currently, as of right now, Call of Duty's bigger.
Yes,
and that's just how it is.
It's been a heavyweight, undisputed. For
if
years.
They launch midnight, I want you to launch midnight.
See, I'm out of
I want you to launch. They even stick their toe out, their head out the door. If they
I don't know, man.
I want you to move.
Sabe with you.
No. My thing is I'm with him 100% because my thing is this: you don't. The whole crux of your entire ecosystem is Game Pass. If you don't have the confidence in throwing it out there, and I understand the lack of confidence a year in or 2 years in.
But what does Game Pass got to do with Halo Infinite? The multiplayer is free to play to anybody. You don't need Game Pass for it.
Exactly. So just the entire core game, it's just that assumption that, and that's one thing they have to get right. They have to get right is that messaging that everyone can play this game, right? That messaging has to be front and center clear, because if it's not, then that's a problem.
So I guess maybe that's a tick in your favor at releasing a week later than Forza, because Halo is free to play and you don't need Game Pass.
Yep.
That's a tick in their favor.
Look, the internet says the most important part to Halo Infinite is the multiplayer, clearly,
that's what everybody stays for.
And that's the part that doesn't need Game Pass. So, you can make an argument that maybe Halo really it doesn't really matter when it launches because it's free to play, but you always got to be cognizant of your competition. Warzone, Apex Legends probably dropping a new season, Fortnite doing stuff. There's a lot of competition in that space, especially for free to play. So
I'd rather Xbox drop Halo and Forza on the same day before Halo and Call of Duty.
We just got to respectability, and they won't go fight the heavyweight champion of the world. What is we doing?
You know what this reminds me? You know what this reminds me of? It's like that time where you see a fighter come back after a couple years of retirement.
Yeah, he still got it.
Put him up against Anderson, man. Let's go.
Yeah, it's that old champ that you got that feeling for, and you gonna get him killed messing with these young bulls.
You gonna do an Apollo Creed?
He gonna get the Rocky IV. Remember when James Brown living in America, and then we saw Apollo laid out.
That's not the same thing. In their logic, they would have told Pacquiao don't fight Thurman, and we know he won. So we gonna make sure that y'all stick to that same. Phil,
do it, Phil.
They head out. You go in there, you lop it off. You go ahead. And you have no more stress.
Phil, if you're still in the chat, tell Phil to do it.
Phil, don't listen to these two. Do what's best for Halo. Don't do what's best.
Listen, that's a PlayStation dude, and that dude over there like Nintendo. Don't listen to him.
Phil. Hold on, listen.
That's foul.
Let's do what's best for Halo.
Don't listen to those two.
Hold on, let me say. Let's do what's best for Halo, not their egos. Let's not worry about their egos.
Let's let 343 live, sir. Moving on. Jesus, that was a fun. That's
Look what I did. That's my fault.
Sidetrack.
Might as well change the title of the podcast to Halo release date.
I'm definitely going to put Halo versus COD on there.
Amy, we gotta get the podcast to 5 hours.
Yeah,
how else we gonna get it there?
Bro.
And you didn't even have 2 hours going into my backstory. So I mean, like,
Ain't not today. We about to end it up soon.
Oh man, look.
He's like, I got things to do.
We gotta move on.
Right. We'll still be podcasting at 5:30. What are you guys talking about?
We won't.
Moving on. Good topic transition. Yeah, Bethesda's in the news, and it's King's topic. A lot of controversy that was going on around the internets, the interwebs, in reference to exclusivity. And so it looks like, I believe the Lord PeteHines, the legend himself, so I guess he was on I don't know what platform he was on, but he was discussing about the whole exclusivity. And
it was GameSpot.
GameSpot, thank you.
Taymor Hussein asked him.
Yeah, yep. And, it was brought to his attention. And, he made, some comments in reference to it, obviously, apologize. But let me get the correct context. You know what I'm saying? He definitely said, hey, if you're a big fan of that stuff we make and a game that we're making is no longer available on your platform, I totally understand if you are unhappy or pissed. I get it. Those are real feelings and frustrations. And that was his interview with GameStop. He said, I don't know how to allay the fears and concerns of PlayStation fans other to say, well, I'm a PlayStation 5 player as well, and I play games on that console, and there's games I'm going to continue to play on it. But if you want to play Starfield, PC and Xbox. And then he continues, sorry, all I can really say is I apologize because I'm certain that's frustrating to folks, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it. So this got the internet in a tizzy. Go ahead, Addict.
Can I go first?
Yeah, you can jump in. As soon as I finish setting it up,
that's what I meant. Like,
I got you. It's King's topic. Then
that's my topic, so you're not going first.
No, but you can go after you. It's cool. But so basically, there was that, and then there's some updates to this. But King, you wanted to talk about this. What is your feeling in regards to this whole?
All right. So initially, I was disgusted.
Right.
I was disgusted to the point that why every time they go low, we supposed to go high. Right. I'm disgusted to the point that anytime they get an exclusive, we supposed to sit down and take it. I haven't played Final Fantasy yet. And that's because I choose not to. Be honest with you, I choose not to give them no money over there.
Right.
I choose to wait for it on my platform. I don't care. Mm-hmm. And I got both. So from Pete's standpoint, when he says he plays games over there as well. Yeah, I hear you. Me too. Mm-hmm. But at no point am I ever going to apologize for something that's done in business and something that's done in a war type environment. And sometimes they don't feel it in the same manner that we do. When you're a fan, you're a fanatic. And as a fanatic, you want everything on your platform and exclusive, away from the other people. But it's been so long that PlayStation has been playing the same dirty little game. And they're doing it this year that whatever they get, if you want to play it, you got to go over there. So now when the shoe is on the other foot, the bully don't like to be smacked. The bully don't like the fact that he's getting bullied now. You excluded from the club. You don't got streamers over there. We got streamers over here. I know you may like streamers, but they are not for you. If you want to play with the streamers, you got to get a green armband to get into this side of the club. this is where I had an issue with. But then I seen it later, and I seen him elaborated on it more. Right. And it was more of a talk to one person opposed to a talk to a whole fan base. Right. And I get that. As sometimes we're too quick to rush to judgment on somebody's a tweet or opinion or something that they said without getting the full thing or his full thought. And he had time to reflect on it, pretty sure, afterwards, and probably realized certain things should have been said a little bit different or worded a little bit differently. At the same time, I respect his opinion on it. I respect everything that he said towards it. But again, my initial thoughts to the whole situation is, like Greenie, I don't feel sorry for him. I don't care how you may feel, because it's not like it's locked off by this impenetrable barrier that you cannot attain. Right. If you choose to play Starfield or any future Bethesda game, get into a Microsoft ecosystem that can fit your wallet. If not, then you have the right to cry alone in your corner because you're depriving yourself because of your fandom. That's all. So looking at it, I like his take on it after the fact. Initially, I was outraged.
I feel that. It's good that he brought the context. Let's get at it because he wanted to jump in.
When it comes down to it, I actually didn't have an issue even when I thought of the initial statement, because like he's talking from the perspective of Bethesda, regardless what the decisions Microsoft makes with buying the company. If he wants to generally be, sorry that this is how things got to be, then that's just how things is. Like I don't see him, being sympathetic with his fan base. That's like, look, like I know that for like the past like 20 years you've been able to play our stuff on every platform, but that and I sympathize with you. But here going on out, if you want to play these, you got to get on these platforms, and there ain't nothing I can do about that, because at the end of the day, he ain't lying. There ain't nothing he can do about that. So I didn't
like he complicit. I like his argument.
It's just I didn't see an issue.
He under duress.
Because to me, he was just someone from, because that's his job. First off, his job is community outreach. So he's always doing that on Twitter, and I'm sure he had a lot of people hitting him up with that, and he just kept it real with them. Like, look, if you want to play these games, you got to play it on these platforms, and there ain't nothing I could do about that. And if you don't like that, I'm sorry. Like,
no, it is what it is. Shout out to let's get Rand in. I was listening to Great Xbox 2, by the way, this week. You had my homie Fonz on there, who felt strongly. You know what I'm saying? To this topic. So let's
he
get
certainly did. I think how do I say this? I think Pete is Bethesda has basically cultivated a huge fan base on multiple platforms, right? They put their games on PlayStation, and I think Pete was just being a good person about it, a genuine person. Like, he's not apologizing for the exclusivity of Starfield, because that is what it is. He's basically apologizing for people that feeling upset in the way that they do, because not everybody's involved in these Twitter wars and console war nonsense that everybody likes to delve into. There are legitimate people who probably didn't even know Bethesda was purchased, who enjoy playing their games on PlayStation, and they tune in and they found out, like, wait a minute, what? Starfield's on Xbox? Redfall's on Xbox? Like, I don't have an Xbox. And so they feel upset about it. And, Pete's just like, hey, I'm sorry you feel that way. I understand. So I think he's just being a good, like a good, like, PR person, basically saying that, like, not coming out and saying, you know what, go screw yourself, get an Xbox or PC if you want to come play these games. But he's basically being understanding about how people feel. And when the game comes out, when Starfield comes out, I mean, they'll knock on the messaging more, and as time goes on, people won't be as upset or pissed off or whatever. So I didn't think it was a big deal. I think when you watch the interview, it comes off differently than the text. You it makes for a very, 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 very good clickbait headline. PeteHines, Bethesda apologizes for Starfield exclusivity.
You know what's funny?
You know what I mean?
When PeteHines and Aaron Greenberg had that Spaces meeting because that Spaces thing, I was listening to it, and that came up, and Aaron made a jab. He's like, "Well, I'm not," and then they kept going.
That was wild funny.
But it's just that it's like you don't get emotion or context through text, right? And a lot of these websites, they just grab the incendiary headline and they'll just put it on a piece of paper.
Correct.
So you read it and you're like, well, what is he talking about? But it's always important to get the full breadth of everything. So you go watch it, you hear the question, you hear how he responds, and you're like, oh, well, this isn't a big deal. Like he's not. It just, I don't know. I feel like his quote just got turned into something it shouldn't have been by websites that were trying to basically play up the console war, right?
Yeah.
To get those clicks. And that's what I think it really fell victim to, because then Xbox fans, they see that on their Twitter timeline, these articles retweeted by other people, and are like, well, this is bull. And when you actually go check out the video and you're like, well, this isn't a big deal. Like, Pete's not apologizing for exclusivity. Is just he understands he's just like any one of us. If our favorite developer got bought out and put on a different, like a different platform, we'd probably be initially upset too. But it's just like, hey man, I understand why you feel that way. I get it. So I think it's not a big deal, but websites wanted to make it a big deal to drive traffic.
And to be honest with you, like, even if he was coming out and apologize for the exclusivity, like, he is talking to his fans. Like, that's not like that. Notice Aaron said, I'm not sorry, because Aaron works for Xbox, and now obviously Bethesda, Pete works for Xbox pretty much, but it's just like I don't blame him for coming out and be like, look, this is just how things are now. You saw similar on the Ninja Theory video where he's like, look, I can understand people are going to be upset because they have to buy, but our stuff's on Xbox now. Like, it just, to me, I didn't even understand how this was a thing. Like,
I would have ended my line with, be glad we didn't take all our stuff off.
Be glad you have ESO still.
Be glad we didn't remove all the old stuff that was over there. You like Bethesda stuff, go buy it now before I take it off the store.
Out of control. Good, so what you think, man?
Yeah, I think Rand is right in that the context is everything, right? And when you see it on paper, it's much different than listening to it, right? But I just think for me, right, just listening to it, there are just certain words that just trigger, right? And for me, when the actual quote is, the actual quote when he says, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about it.
Like,
right?
I wish I could help you.
Exactly. It's almost, and then people project what they want to hear onto everything, right? Even if they do see a video and you see the context and you see the emotion, you're still going to project what you want to hear, right? So for me, in the moment, I was like, it's like he's saying, like, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. My hands are tied on this one, kind of like, right? It's that thing, like, my hands are tied. If I could help you, I would.
I had a vote and I voted for you.
Yeah, that's almost how it sounds, right? So
hold on. One second, man. There's a super chat that kind of be making sense. Then why didn't Pete apologize for Deathloop or?
Wait till it gets to my turn.
Because that was bought and paid for.
I mean, this is bought and paid for.
He bought and paid for it too, right?
Yeah. They were quiet about that.
Maybe the Xbox people wasn't asking for games like that.
Honestly, I wasn't too big of a fan of these guys. Are super media trained.
Yeah.
And but they're not perfect. They're not gonna say everything exactly perfectly all the time.
Yeah.
But I think it does speak to the level of autonomy that Bethesda has within Microsoft. Right. They still really do operate as their own entity within Microsoft, and that seems pretty obvious. Because again, back to the Aaron point, Aaron's a company guy. Aaron is gonna be like, nah, you gotta come here, and that's it. Like, and that's Aaron.
Imagine Aaron Unchained on Twitter.
I would love him.
He'd be loose.
So so I think it was fine, but ultimately, like, people are gonna have their own takes on it. But at the end of the day, I think what bothers me about it in relation to Xbox and PlayStation, right, is just this underlying assumption by some of the fan base that it's because Xbox is not the market leader, they have to acquiesce, and there's no, God forbid they have anything exclusive on their platform. But if PlayStation does the exact same thing, and the thing is, so I understand the argument.
Are you implying that there are a different set of rules for the Xbox fan base and the PlayStation fan base?
Yeah. Listen, just like there is a PlayStation and Nintendo bump. Mm-hmm. There is an Xbox kick in the face. They get a bump, and Xbox gets a kick in the face, and it's always been that way. And this assumption that God, Tomb Raider's going to them, it's dead. I can't believe this. It's just one of those things where it bothers me. It bothers me, and hopefully that narrative changes. But it's just this thing, like, if they take something away, you don't hear anybody crying about Final Fantasy VII.
Let's go.
Still appearing. It leaked on the Epic Store. They re-upped. Nowhere to be seen on Xbox.
It was supposed to be April 10th, and they secretly slid them a little envelope.
Do you guys?
Where was the outrage?
Yeah. So the fact that he even has to answer this question is just it's annoying. And it's a thing with Xbox, because again, there'd be no question if PlayStation did it. There'd be no question if Nintendo did it. So hopefully this levels off at some point. I'm tired of it.
Do you guys think? Because I know I see a lot more speculation going around Indiana Jones, where people is like, do you think that that's an exclusive now? Because I'm starting to think that's full blown exclusive.
I think so.
Yeah, it looks like this.
Yeah, because the way it's looking like, Microsoft don't care what they got to do.
Yeah, I think Indiana Jones is full blown multi platform.
Oh, okay.
Really? Okay.
Maybe because of LucasArts thing, whatever.
Essentially, yeah.
Okay. I don't think they care.
Well, I mean, Disney. Like, hold up, real quick. I gotta push back on that, Rand. Like, so why do you think because of that company that it's a multiplayer? Because they did Spider-Man, they did Marvel Alliance.
Hey, okay. Let's do a knee bet here, Attic. I bet you when they announce platforms for Indiana Jones, the platforms will be Series X and PlayStation 5.
I didn't ask for a knee bet. I asked
this is. I'll just say this is how strongly I feel that Indiana Jones is going to be a multi-platform title, and it will be the last multi-platform game that Bethesda ever makes.
So they're not going to make.
I'll take that bet.
They won't do any more license. Hold up, but they're not going to do any more license stuff after Indiana.
I'm just saying. I think Indiana Jones will be the last game that Bethesda.
I'll do it.
That Bethesda makes.
If he afraid, I'm not. What's up?
Look, man, this is the type of stuff that gets you in trouble.
Attic is like, I just asked a question.
Attic like, I just asked a question. This man coming for these.
If my man ain't gonna step up that fight, he got called out. You ain't gonna be calling out no Lord. Thinking ain't one Lord gonna show up.
I'm not gonna. I'm
God of War. I'll take it.
All due respect, King. I'm not making a bet with someone that rigs the show. Right?
Rand al Insider. Rand al Insider.
I got you. I wanted a reasoning to why that they.
I know he not. I just like bothering him.
But Rand. I'll take your bet.
You want to take that bet?
Oh, Rand, be careful though, because if you lose, he gonna watch you on camera.
And let me tell you,
if you lose, you gonna have to put your knees on camera.
You know what the stipulations are, Rand.
You sure?
Let me tell you something, Rand. I want you on camera with them knees out.
Ooh.
All right? So all that stuff that you talk about right now, yes.
See, it was supposed to be a friendly bet with Attic.
Oh, now it's supposed to be friendly. You challenged the man for his knees, and now it's friendly.
Nah, you ain't gonna get his knees.
And listen, Attic behind King like that. Get him, King.
Show up, make sure that you put the shea butter on
it. and he likes clean knees, so you got to shave it.
I gotta get that Palmer's on there.
There we go.
Listen, let me jump in. This is good. We got sidetracked a little, but look.
Wait, hold on. We didn't say it was official. He ain't say. I said I accepted. Do you accept the bet, sir?
I'll get back to you on that. Because I don't want anything from you, King.
Okay.
Oh, you don't want no needs?
I don't want anything from you.
Oh, you just want Attic needs? What the hell is going on
here? Look, man, this is a fun jailer. I gotta jump in because this one I struggle with, and Rand is making common sense. He's making perfect sense. Everything this man said.
He's level-headed.
He's Rand al Thor, the man with the millions, balanced.
That's right.
But I still feel like Solve. I still feel a way. And I'm trying to figure out why I feel a way about this.
It's because of Destiny.
Well, it's other things too, but it's like
there's a lot of stuff that happened.
All right, first of all, shout out to Pete. Pete, I love Pete. Pete is the man. In my opinion, there's a couple of people who I would love to be a successor. I feel like the Queen Sarah should be one, and if not, Pete. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, he knocked himself off that list when he said that's sorry.
Just disqualified him from the crowd. Just disqualified him. Okay.
You are not no successor to that. Listen. Phil ain't never had to sit down and apologize for nothing. So listen, I'm not going with that.
Even Phil even kind of with the Rise of the Tomb Raider, he did pull back. Was like, yo, I feel for y'all.
Okay,
he felt.
Hold on.
Come on now.
What Phil was that? Was that the Phil with the back end of Satya?
I don't know. I mean,
no, okay, it wasn't, because that wasn't. This Phil. I'm talking about real Phil. This is real Phil. You're getting real Phil Look, right now. This is real Phil.
All I'm saying is, I like Pete a lot. And, Rand is right. Context is everything, right? Yes. How he said it. I also agree that there's a thing versus is empathizing with someone and then apologize. I think this is more of an empathy thing, right?
Right.
But I'm still with Solve in the sense of this, that I could understand, a certain base is frustrated, but it's like, bro, like, we got to call it how it was. As you know, like, Marvel, I'm a big Marvel fan, right? Huge. That's one of my favorite things. Like, literally, Mark Smooth, my cousin, I got him into games because of Marvel Ultimate Alliance. That game means the world to me. Like, I love it. Just I could play the whole roster, co-op with the homies, whatever. I played every single version. Part 3 comes out and it's exclusive to Nintendo Switch. Now, y'all know I'm Switch gang, but I'm not Switch infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? I'm not, I just don't like it. So I'm like, damn, you know what I mean? So am I not going to buy Marvel Alliance over there? Of course I'm going to buy Marvel Alliance over there. But I was just like, I was forced to bend the knee and go over there and play one of my beloved games over there. Y'all know my history with Destiny. Y'all know all these other games that, you got to go over there when it joins. So it's just like, where was my apology for Team Ninja and Nintendo taking a formerly multi-plat game and making it exclusive? Where was my apology when Destiny took Hawk Moon and all these guns and all these maps? Like, where was my apology, right? And I'm not saying that he's wrong for empathizing.
Keep in mind, Final Fantasy VII,
Final Fantasy VII,
Final Fantasy 16, like, Final Fantasy 14.
I'm just not. And Rand, me and you've had this conversation before, and I'm not trying to disrespect PlayStation. All I'm saying is I feel there's a certain level of entitlement. No one should be
of course there is.
apologizing to anybody, because at the end of the day, it's business, right? And no one apologized to me on all my beloved franchises that were forced to be somewhere else.
That's because PlayStation executives don't go live on podcasts on GameStop and IGN to get asked the questions where they would have to answer immediately.
Right. But I mean, we can't say that because wasn't he just one of them was just in an interview a couple weeks ago?
Who, Jim Ryan?
One of them was
Herman Helst, but he was being interviewed by the home team. Like, that's not a real interview.
Right? I'm just saying, like, Xbox executives tend to go on these shows, live. So one guy's like, hey, some people might be upset that Bethesda games are exclusive, right? And they never get to ask those questions to Sony executives because they don't really do that sort of format. So they don't be like, how do you feel? How do you feel that Final Fantasy VII's not on Xbox?
Delilah just brought up Bayonetta, Street Fighter.
But the problem I have is this. You're right, Rand. To the letter of the law, you're right. Again, you're right. All I'm saying is, where is the media uproar to attack them, right? Or Sony or Nintendo, right? Yeah. When they do these practices. Why is it Microsoft has to be out front and tell you, yo, we feel for you? Like, why are they other two are absolved from that?
If you remember when they bought Bethesda, the first thing media was writing about is these still have to be exclusive.
Right, and that's my point, because in my opinion, that's entitlement. You don't want to play it on Xbox. Let's just call it a buck. They don't want to do it. So it's like, my thing is, that's BS, because at the end of the day, what should apply to one should apply to. I want to see the same energy with Final Fantasy VII, Integrate, and all this stuff that I love, right? Gets extended secretly behind the scene. It got so bad with Bungie one time, and I know, shout out to Destiny Gary, like he asked Bungie, like with the Activision deal with what you call it, in Destiny. And it was always known 1 year of exclusivity, which was ridiculous in itself. 1 year of maps and guns.
And they said it was a year,
and
too.
And they said it was a year.
Yeah, it's not like the deal wasn't out.
The Xbox community did not get any of this content, and it secretly got extended. He was on an interview with Deej. I'll never forget at the time, he was community manager of Bungie. And he's like, hey, so what's going on with the Xbox? Now, in Deej's respect, it was an Activision decision, but he was put in a hard place, like, oh, well, I can't really talk about that, and, we're still,
Dustin was not having it.
Dustin was having it. He's like, so what about the Xbox family? And I always salute Dustin and Gary. Dustin, if you listen, I always salute you for that. I know you got a lot of flack for that, but salute to you for asking the tough question.
I was just say, keep in mind, like, Dustin's the only person I've seen do that.
Right.
Like most of the time when people are doing these interviews or anything like at E3, but back when they were there, like they never asked those questions.
It's just it's entitlement, and the media plays into it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna die on that stake. It's not fair that the Microsoft fan base, the Xbox fan base, has to apologize or feel bad for doing something that has been going on for since I've known gaming, right? Since it's been going on for years by these other two. So,
we've always argued, right? We've always argued that the way Sony does it, where they buy exclusivity for a small amount of time, is the petty wrong way to do it, right? If you're gonna buy exclusivity, buy the whole cow, like buy the whole thing, right? And Microsoft went and did that. So it would have been different if they had bought a 2-year exclusivity for each of these games, right? And kept it out of PlayStation players' hands just for that amount of time. They're telling you very clearly where these games are going to be, right? I actually heard a rumor that Deathloop might be straight up exclusive. Not timed exclusive. It's straight up exclusive. So if they did that, guess what? All's fair in love and war. Business is business. Good on you.
Good on you. See, I come from that thing. So again, I'm not against exclusivity. That's not my issue. If you paid that money, you backed the truck up, you bought the building, you earned the right to do what the hell you want to do with it. I'm always going to be on that. I don't mind each console having its individuality for that exclusive. I don't care about that. What I'm saying is stop asking only one company why they're doing it and why the others can't. That's all I'm saying, because that's BS. I'm sorry. I'm dying on that one.
You didn't see the media asking, Square Enix, well, why did you feel like Spider-Man needed to be an exclusive?
Well, a lot of the argument that was coming out of it was like, okay, if you look at Sony Studios, right? Studios, they have very few studios that they built from the ground up. They bought studios when they were smaller and they've expanded them out. The Naughty Dogs, those Sucker Punches or whatever. So people's arguments are, hey, those are companies that have always worked with them. They've always been, even if they were second party, they made exclusive games and then they brought them in-house, right? So they haven't really taken anything away. And in that regard, that's an argument I can rock with, because again, they grew them.
Yeah, but what about Spider-Man and the Avengers?
And there you go.
That has absolutely nothing to do.
This is the petty stuff we're talking about. And you know, where it's petty and it's small. And it's literally, I'm gonna take this away from you for X amount of time.
Like for instance, I'll bring you a good example that this is probably going to happen. Let's say Deathloop isn't an exclusive. I haven't heard that, but let's say it is an exclusive. It comes out in a year, and then it's a hit. Microsoft decides to make a sequel, put it on Xbox only, and then you have Sony doing the same thing with Sunset Overdrive. Only Microsoft's going to get questions about not making the sequel for Xbox. And when it comes to interviewing them about Sunset Overdrive 2, that's never going to come up.
We just gotta call it how we see it. We gotta play fair. Like if the media's gonna do that, same energy. That's all I'm saying.
They say Lucius Augustus. What about Street Fighter?
Well, don't even get me started. I bought a whole PlayStation for that.
Yeah, they bought. They got that exclusivity wholesale. So you know what? Good on you.
Yeah, good on them. But Street Fighter. I don't want to see no questioning Microsoft execs and questioning, why. But this whole it's remember Randy, Tomb Raider is synonymous with this, and I don't understand.
I could just I could just see it right now. Phil Spencer, considering that Deathloop was on the first, the first one was on PlayStation, do you feel any type of way taking that off of PlayStation?
Yeah, we're not doing that. That was my only
issue with it. I understand what empathizing, but I did feel a way. I had to be honest. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to come at Pete. Pete is the homie. I love those guys. You know what I'm saying? And
it's not really about Pete. It's about a media interview.
It's just I just see a
why
trend.
Did he have to get asked that question?
Yeah, because a PlayStation, like Rand said, a PlayStation exec is not getting asked that.
And that's the question.
They're not asking Bill Trinan that.
And even to Rand's point, if they're not media facing about it, where is the uproar from the community to hold these other two companies?
Well, no, because if PlayStation does this, gets exclusives or buys companies, the PlayStation fans always say, that's PlayStation making me feel special. They're treating me like a king and a queen, right? Like that's what they always say. Like all of them. And so like you have these people who for 2013, for years and years now have said Xbox has no games, right? It's been a meme. Like the executive team's known it. Phil's talked about it publicly. Like we see it all the time. So Xbox is like, all right, fine, we'll get some games. We'll get some games. We'll buy some studios. We'll buy a publisher. And now all the fans are like, not like that, though. Not like that.
We cultivated ours, grew ours.
Yeah, even though you bought most of them, right?
But most of them are purchased. They just grew them.
But I think it just speaks to how much they want the Bethesda games, right? Like how, like they really, really are hurt that Starfield's not coming to PlayStation and Redfall's not going to be there. And just wait till you see what happens when Elder Scrolls 6 is confirmed to be an Xbox exclusive. Like you think Starfield and like this is like small potatoes now.
There's still conversations about
I know.
why that game is not
I saw
gonna be
a media article saying there's still a sliver of hope for Elder Scrolls 6 based on this.
There's no sliver of hope. I think the only game that PlayStation fans could look forward to from Bethesda in the future is Indiana Jones. That's it. And nothing else. Everything else will be exclusive to Xbox and be on PC, right? That's how it's going to be. But it just goes to show you how much they want Starfield, how much they want the Bethesda games. Some of these guys that ask these questions are PlayStation fans, right? Like, I remember, like when they bought Bethesda, a lot of the GameSpot, IGN things were like, well, they'll put them on PlayStation. Like they have to. Like obviously, they got to make their money back. So you already can tell like where their allegiances may lie. And we've already seen screenshots of an IGN account, kind of engaging in the console war during an Xbox stream. So I've always said like media companies themselves. No, that was 100% real.
Oh, that was real?
That was 100% real.
Man.
That media companies themselves don't have media biases. Like, people like, IGN has a media bias towards PlayStation. Individuals 100% too. And some of these individuals are out there being, leading the charge and asking these questions. Like, and I think like PeteHines answered it perfectly. It's like, hey, because if he comes out and says, screw you, get an Xbox or PC, he looks insensitive, of course. Right? There'll be articles about that. So it's just like, hey, listen.
Is that how you would have liked him to answer, King?
I think
you know King about that.
All right. So, no, the last time we heard an individual do something stupid of that nature,
the Don, shout out to the Don.
Get his sister would not be named. He is forever banished to the Shadow Realms. Actually, he's banished for the Shadow Realm for a lot of egregious crimes against Xbox State. Egregious treason, if you will.
Don't feel bad, King, because I throw people that commit crimes in the attic world to the Shadow Realm.
Exactly. But no, I wish he would have answered it in the manner of being a team player, the same way Greeny knew how to answer it. And not telling you, something disrespectful. Just telling you in a matter of factly way, as their branding of the show went. It's an Xbox exclusive, day and date inside Game Pass. If you choose to partake, you can be on these platforms and say it as eloquently as you can, but the level of apology was not necessary because like Cog is saying, I mean, I didn't go down a list of the things that, Sony has done and continue to do.
Nintendo has done too.
I don't count Nintendo because
they took my Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I want an apology.
But listen, Nintendo has been doing this since their inception.
Nah, they took my Ultimate Lands. That was a multi-plat. That was my favorite joint. So
I never bought the game. Did I buy the game?
Yeah, you did. But I bet
yeah. No, but I they have all my characters there. Y'all look, Marvel. Hey, it's here. You know, and I still haven't bent the knee because the prices don't ever fall over there. But it's like Cog said, like everyone has said, is entitlement to these bougie fans because you feel that you're gonna get it because you think you got the hot chick.
Yeah.
The game is over.
There you go.
This is the part of the story where you got smacked and woke up. It's a real fight right now. And even if you don't believe, because every day they telling you this is the best PlayStation launch ever. They're doing so phenomenal, you can't find them. They're gonna conquer the world.
Speaking of PlayStation launch, I really want to talk about
Ratchet. We gotta move on. We going crazy.
I know, but listen. It's something happening that's bigger than what you really think that's going on. And when people with money start to realize that they can make more money with something that they have, they're going to keep putting money in. This is just the tip of the iceberg. And remember, what you reap is what you sow.
Right.
This is a story of that. So they did these practices. You didn't cry. You didn't care or empathize or sympathize with the Xbox player. So now, don't be crying when we're doing it on this side. This is the synopsis of the story.
Factual. I'm with it. No fanboying. It's just real talk. It's just like, you can't have
beaten.
Stop it. I ain't going all in. But
he ain't gonna do it.
That's King. Now that part King word.
That Starfield feel good over here.
Moving on. But I just had to get that off. That was really just all I wanted to say. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I was a little upset about it. But again,
shout out to Greenie.
I do understand Pete being
sorry, not sorry.
You're ridiculous. Anyway, moving on. Ratchet and Clank. Let's keep it pushing. Addict, sir.
Oh yeah, so I played and beat Ratchet and Clank.
How long did it take you?
About 15, 20 hours.
Oh, 15, 20.
So
it was a 15, 20 hour game?
Yeah, did you beat it, Rand?
No, I've only played it for like an hour.
Oh God. So I thought you would be here with me, man.
No, man, no. I beat Mass Effect, went to start Ratchet and Clank, and I was like, I need time to decompress from Mass Effect before I start another game.
Man,
Yeah, so I beat it. It was first off, like, does anyone have any type of questions that you want to ask me?
I was just gonna say, like, in general, first of all, from what I obviously see in the game, looks absolutely beautiful. Did it reach that level of fidelity for you? Or does it look like that Pixar movie gameplay mechanics? I know me and you had a conversation about. I know you had an issue with the female version of Ratchet as far as differentiating abilities.
You mean Ratchet with just different clothes on?
Yes. I know you're very thorough about that. So other than that, just like your experience, is it that joint? Is it that like, yo, this is a game of the year contender? They out here. What's up?
Graphics top notch. You know, it definitely looks great, especially certain levels where you're grinding around stuff. You know, I was talking about Riften or whatever her name is. Rivet. Like she is her own character, but when it comes to combat, she's literally Ratchet. Like that sounded crazy, but she's the same person. Like, and it's so bad that you can literally get the same weapon and it's the same one Ratchet has. Get the same one with Ratchet, the same one she has. They have the same abilities. And like, I get it. Like, people may like, oh, but Addict, she's supposed to be the same, like Ratchet's like dimensional counterpart in that world. But I'm just like, I can't really buy that because like when Clank's talking about her, he brings up different scenarios of why they're different people. Like, you know what I think of a time of like a platformer, because this is it's a platformer. Like, I think of like King of Donkey Kong. Like when they brought Candy Kong in there, she had the hair things to make her platforming different. She had different mechanics to make
differentiate herself
different. And that's what I wanted from this. Like, when it comes to the combat, it's average as hell. Like, It's literally jump, shoot, jump, slide, shoot, jump, shoot. There's a health, get that. Look for ammo, get that. Jump, shoot, jump. Literally doesn't change. And I have to say that like the little rift things in battle, not like during platforming, but in battle, it feels gimmicky because like they'll have where you would see where you can jump up to it. They'll have like a rift there, so like you don't have to jump. Man, you could just rift up there. You don't have to do. And I like the rift when you're doing it in platforming because it's nice to like jump up, rift, grind more, jump up again. But like as far as battles, I just felt like it didn't hit the same. And this is a good game for the PlayStation, but it is not a console seller for the PlayStation.
I got a question. The Rift thing, does it take you to different dimensions, or is it just a pull the board forward to you, or get you to a place that you couldn't reach or something?
Yes and no. Did you see the trailer that they showed at E3 a couple years ago, whenever they did it,
where they were falling from world to world to
that's
world? That's
literally the only time you're going to see that.
Okay, so then it was just like a developer told me in the background. It's nothing.
In gameplay, within a stage, it's like a teleporter. That's pretty it. Much, I mean, within the stage, like it's not taking you to a different, for the most part, what I've seen.
Pretty much what it does is you'll hit something. Let's say that this realm you have, everything's all nice and dandy, and you hit the little thing to go into the other realm. That dimension is the exact same dimension you have now, but maybe sometime in the past they made a decision the other one didn't make, and now it's in like a war zone. Okay. And it's not even that severe. Like you don't like click it and you see thousands of people fight. You click it and instead of like a building being built, it's destroyed. Like, and it's not even that seriously destroyed either.
So, all right, because how they were making it seem, it was like you were jumping from different planet or different, Okay, I understand exactly what you're talking about.
They showed. There's a reason they showed that at their showing and out on their conference, because that's the only time that happens in the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, but from a graphical fidelity standpoint, isn't it
looks great, amazing?
They always look good.
Yeah, it looks amazing. And and I will say, people saying this is. I don't think this game can run on the PS4. I don't. Okay. There's certain scenarios at the end of the game that I'm just like, my PlayStation would have a heart attack. Like you're fighting giant creatures that's using the rifts.
Hold on.
So like
Macho says, Addict, it happens multiple times instead of.
You'll have to show me because I didn't see it.
Okay.
I didn't see it. Like the only there's a scenario that when you're doing the little mini games that happens there, but besides that, I didn't see it. Like the way that I'm approaching this, Machos, I'm approaching this the way they showed it in the demo, like it happens all the time. It doesn't happen all the time.
Right.
Most of the time when you hit those little crystals, it takes you to a slightly different realm that looks exactly the same.
We always have to ask the question with Addict, though. What's your percentage finish? We gotta ask Addict is the king of the beeline. You know what I'm saying?
Do I need to ask other people the percentage of beating?
I'm just saying.
Like, do you really want to go there?
You're not a computer.
Do you really want to go there to me?
Like, if all of those extra side things, those other riffs are on the side, and you don't care about side stuff,
so they go. Let me get this straight. Let me get the. I did the side. I did a lot of the side stuff. I do all the side stuff. So they made the good shit for the side stuff and not the main stuff. Got you. That's all I need to hear, man.
All right.
Why don't you just
accept it happens?
Why can't you accept that you just don't do these things?
I never said I don't do that.
And that pisses people off.
No, but he says
I don't care. I don't care. I am not an errand boy. I don't go out looking for book bags.
I'm not an errand boy.
I'm with Attic on this. Do not save the good stuff for a side riff.
Like you said,
not having it in the main
I did a mission when they're like, go get these berries or whatever. I looked at that map. There was like 40. That was like,
I'm good.
But Macho's last point, he said it happens during the boss fights. The rift thing.
And I just said the boss fights is really good. I literally just said that.
So, but Addict, does that feel like it's scripted in the boss fights, or it's like like you can go to different places and it feels different within the boss fight?
No.
Here's what he's talking about, and Macho's not wrong, but he's not right either. Like I'm talking about like the scenario they gave at the beginning, to where every portal you go through is a different portal.
That's not
like most of the time when you fight a boss, literally all he does is like, all right, you did like 20% of my health. Let's rip up this grab you and take you to another round that we fight. and then it's literally another arena, and then after you do another 20-30%, all right, let's go back to where we just came from. Like
I knew the SSD was trash. I knew the SSD. I knew it.
I knew that's all he wanted to do.
No, trying to hide that SSD.
The thing is, when you use the mini rifts, right, that I've seen so far in level, the ones that just take you to different platforms or whatever, it is just like a super fast grappling hook. Like it is, it's like a Batman grappling hook, but it's just man fast.
It's like, I'm not saying the game's bad. Like I enjoy, like you can ask Cox. I said the game's a very solid game.
Yeah, the game's
I told people it's worth playing. It's worth buying.
So, question, Addict, did you find? Because I found that I've fallen through some geometry sometimes, and like, did you find that when you played?
It's killing me. I'm sorry.
I didn't really have any like issues with the game in terms of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So me, I try to climb everything. Like it doesn't matter. Like I try to do that. So I tried to climb on some stuff.
I ain't trying to play this like Assassin's Creed.
And it wasn't there. Like it wasn't there. Like I fell right through the world. I was like, okay, there's.
It's like I said. Like I personally feel like this.
It's like we're not having a conversation.
It's because I keep distracting me with food.
I personally feel like they.
Sherlock Holmes.
He said say they exposed him. Oh, stop.
I just want people.
This is why you want Addict being a QA person.
Exactly.
I just want people to, next time anyone in that chat, anyone in that comment section says, Addict, why do you interrupt people? I want you to look down at the bottom left, right. Well, it's not the same screen. King has interrupted more people in one show than I've interrupted all year.
I have pre-workout before the show. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna tell you this, Addict. I thank you.
You didn't cop, King?
Hell no.
Why? Because you were all about
Dragon's Quest right now.
I'm just saying you were all about copping beforehand. So
okay. First of all, I'm not doing that no more. I'm not buying a game and leave it on the shelf to when I can get to it. If I'm going to actually, when
you're in the middle of
play the game,
crazy right now,
then I'm going to get to it. But I'm finishing this Dragon's Quest. I'm not going to have anything deter me from it, and then I'm going to get to it. It'll probably be $20 by the time.
Anyway, have everyone got their assessment of Ratchet and Clank? I've played it.
Yeah.
All right, cool. But I appreciate it.
I'm enjoying it as well. I'm only like an hour and a half in.
Press the pull button.
It's so funny.
Anyway, let's end up quick. I'm sorry.
I was just saying, the only thing I'm saying is like I do think the game's worth the $70. It is a nice.
I got about $70.
Yeah, it's definitely $70. We ain't on Xbox, fam. It's $70 over there.
$20.
Like it was a good 15 to 20 hour. I can't remember exactly in that range. But all I'm saying is if you think what they showed you with the, sliding on the building, jumping into a rift, like doing a little somersault to another rift, that's not the whole game. They put I would say that the first hour and a half of that game is phenomenal, and the last hour and a half of that game is phenomenal. And there's like little bits of fluff throughout the middle. Okay. But for the most part, like the fluff's not bad. It's a great paced game. It's fun.
So like, what's your overall score? Like now that you
8 out of 10.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. That's good. That's what's up. No doubt. Let's move.
It's just not a system seller. That's all.
Oh my God, you had to do
that. Wow.
Yeah. But anyway, we move on. Final topic.
If you got a PlayStation, that's in. And don't go with PlayStation for this, man. You're gonna be disappointed.
Wait till October. You might get it on the Pro.
Wow. Anyway, moving on. Final topic. Then we got it. So man. Japan, should we be interested?
Japan is rocking right now. So in an interview with IGN Japan, the head of Xbox in Asia, a gentleman by the name of Jeremy Hinton, indicated that Japan is their fastest growing market worldwide. Anybody who knows anything about Xbox and its arc in Japan has not been good.
Yes.
So to say that, all right. So you hear that statement, you're like, okay, they've grown from nothing, so that's something, right? So it's not, everything is relative, right? So, but to see that people are actually engaging with the Xbox ecosystem, the fact that the smaller console and the Series S is very appealing to them in Japan, the fact that more people with PCs are jumping in on Game Pass, cloud gaming is becoming a thing, and Japan sort of move towards mobile gaming in general as opposed to console gaming. should we get excited about the prospects of Japan?
I am 100% excited.
I am too, because you may look at Japan and be like, okay, that market isn't what it once was, right? But because of the fact that there is movement, that's the thing. It feels like the devs are on board, and if the devs are on board, then the people will follow, right? And I just think it's kind of that perfect storm right now where they have a console that literally fits into the sort of their day-to-day lives. They have other options that they've already engaged with before, cloud and PC, which is growing.
They have a better 5G infrastructure.
The infrastructure is considerably so cloud is even more viable over there.
Yeah.
And I just think the fact that I think the devs are really on board with what Game Pass can bring, and I think Phil and the team have done a great job of trying to.
The xCloud was growing over there faster in
it makes sense.
Yeah, in the Eastern market faster than it was growing in the Western market.
Apparently, I was told that xCloud works over there way better.
Yeah, well, the infrastructure is crazier.
Yeah, makes sense. So what do you guys think? Should we be really excited about this, or is Japan sort of day in the sun as the top of the top in gaming kind of behind it, and it's a relative win?
Let's get ready.
I mean, I think it's I guess how do you define a win though, Sav? Like what are we expecting here? More Japanese support? Like what's the
more Japanese support? I mean, it growing its console base considerably in Japan, specifically because of the S, because I don't think the X is very attractive over there, but the size of the S literally does matter.
I mean, I think we'll definitely get more Japanese support. They've talked about that. They're targeting that for sure. We'll get more than we usually do. Japanese, the Japanese, like it's mostly a mobile country now, so maybe xCloud plays a bigger factor. As you mentioned before, like you grow from nothing to something. Like fastest growing, they sold 10 units last gen, and now they've sold 40. So,
oh my god,
like, fastest growing. You know what I mean?
Red, are you implying that we shouldn't be taking any?
Listen, it's marketing
from the whole team marketing speak.
The thing is, though, Rand, is you can't get to 100 until you hit to 40.
I'm just saying, like
can't poo-poo growth. You can't poo-poo growth. Any type of
no, sure, yeah. Growth is always good, but like, it'd be, I think, more impressive if they're like the U.S. or the U.K. is the fastest growing region because that's where they sell all their consoles. Because you'd be like, oh, okay, that's something. With Japan being the fastest, it's kind of like, okay, they haven't really done good there in a while, so I don't really know what to think other than like I feel that Xbox will try their hardest to get Japanese support. Like, the Personas coming to Xbox at some point, stuff like that. Games that would normally skip will probably start to come because of Game Pass, and they'll have a bigger audience in Japan. But I don't think the audience will be that huge unless xCloud really takes off over there. With the combination of being on mobile and the combination of Game Pass for easy access really kind of makes Japanese gamers, like, it just speaks to them more so than like the PlayStation or the Switch. So I don't know, we've seen this song and dance with Microsoft in Japan for generations now at this point, so we'll see.
I feel like I personally, I get it. It would have looked better with the UK or whatever else you want to say. But like, to me, like their biggest issue Microsoft's always had is world appeal. They don't really respond a whole lot in other parts of the world. And until they start to fix that and try to remedy that, they're never going to get that world appeal. It's one of the reasons Sony's been able to be so dominant, is because even if they start lacking a little bit in the UK, they pick up in the United States or vice versa. Then we can't even act like PlayStation sells well in Japan, because they don't.
Yeah. So they changed their focus kind of away from Japan more to Europe.
Yeah, I mean, more United States than anything. But
US, yeah, correct.
Japan is straight up Nintendo right now, and mobile.
But to me, it's just like the biggest thing I want them to focus over there is the Japanese support, because remember when Phil Spencer had that interview, he said, look, he's like, I'm talking to some of the developers, and the developers are low-key telling him, like, why should I take you seriously when your consoles aren't even on our shelves? So, and I get that, and it's just like, I feel like the only way to really hit that market is to make sure xCloud succeeds over there, and to have 1 to 2 companies making exclusive Japanese orientated games. Because until you have something that differentiates you from the competition over there, you're never going to take off over there. Or they could go, instead of making, because obviously they got a lot of studios, so they don't want to do that. Gonna have to drop that bag. Make sure that Persona 6 is on Game Pass day one. Make sure Dragon Quest 12's on there day one. Like, you start doing stuff like that, you don't necessarily need the studios that appeal to that area, because people are going to do it just for that Game Pass to get over there. And I think that's what they should do. They should aim for that, because that helps their own library more diverse in America. So it helps them all around.
I agree. It's Lord King, Japan man.
This is the nut that paused that no CEO was able to crack. And the chosen one has stepped up.
Dominus talk.
Godson is here.
Godson is here. Who did that for? He's about to do the unthinkable.
He's about to Bob Backlund this. Sav know when Bob Backlund got you in that torture rack, it's over.
Lex Luthor?
Lex Luthor, yeah. And Luger.
Bob Backlund had the chicken wing, I believe.
The chicken wing, yeah.
Nah, Bob Backlund broke your back. Go back to when he first started wrestling. I'm going back there. I'm not going back to when you watched him. I'm going back to when I watched him. When Adrian Adonis used to come out with the briefcase and he put you to sleep with Goodnight Irene. I'm talking about when Bob Backlund broke backs. Phil, I knew you were special when I saw you. I knew you were special. You had a glow around you. And all Xbox hopes and dreams was pinned on your shoulders. And boy, you know when you pick a horse?
Yeah, this your draft pick. This your greatest draft pick.
Yo, I picked a lot of stuff in my life. I'm not gonna lie. I picked a lot of winners. You were right up there with Holyfield knocking out Tyson. I told dudes looked at me like I was crazy.
That's a fact.
Grind my gears. I need you back on this show.
You want the small? Yeah, you doing that film.
Boy,
shout out to girl.
You are old. The KO. I knew who you was, and I knew you were the dude to infiltrate Japan because you was gonna look at it in a way. The East. Now, we not just talk about Japan, we talk about the East. You looked at it in a way, you put that map out in a way, and you deciphered the code. You put that puzzle together, you got it. And like Rand said, yeah, maybe they sold 10 last year and you sold 40 now, but you sold 40 now. And like Addict said, you got to pass 40 to get to 100. Right? But the main goal is to get to where their utensils are, where they really playing at. They're playing on these phones. The thing that everybody got. The stuff that we take for granted for, they actually using it really good over there because they got a real infrastructure. And I remember them saying that xCloud is growing exponentially over there more than it is in the Western hemisphere.
That's because we're so far behind on that whole infrastructure. It's not even funny.
But also this, they're not going to take the metrics from that to use that as we're growing over there because it's still in beta. So we can't use those metrics yet if it's still in beta, but we can use the metrics from the hardware and the software. The change I learned is when I looked inside Game Pass and I saw how many Eastern Central games that were normally on the Nintendo or the PlayStation ecosystem is able to be found here. Remember, people, I'm playing Dragon Quest 11 above anything else that's there, huge for you. Right? That's not possible in previous generations without this man. So you guys really got to look towards the leader and understand that the team that he's built up, the structure that he told you, the most anticipated developers that he wanted to know after the ZeniMax deal was the one that made the Enemy Within. And that's a central base Japanese company because he felt that's hugely important. I see the vision, I understand it, and I love the fact that the growth is there. But am I surprised? Not by this man, because he has done the impossible 10 times over, and he will continue to do the impossible until everybody recognizes what the hell he's doing. And you ain't gonna recognize it till it's over, because everybody talk about, his successor. He hasn't conquered the world yet. So when he does that, then you can worry about who comes after, because he's going to make sure the bar is set so high that the next person that comes in, I don't know what they're going to do, but they not passing him.
Listen, man, I'll jump in. Yeah, King is just definitely preaching the good word. Yeah, look, all I'm going to say is I'm with Rand, like, I ain't getting crazy off the market.
40, man. Come on.
I ain't getting hype off promotion. You know what I'm saying? But look, any success is good success, right? You want to hear positive news. You know, they saying that more new people are playing since the 360. They clearly skipped the Xbox One, but we ain't gonna hear that. Neither here nor there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, since the 360 was what they said. So I said, all right, cool. You know, I thought it was interesting, the Game Pass growth and people seeing that, a lot of new gamers and stuff like that doing that. But I think the Trojan horse to me, and again, shout out to Jason Ronald and the team, is Lil Man. Because to me, you know what's funny, King? Is not until I now own Little Man, the Xbox Series, as affectionately we call Lil Man, I didn't realize how small it truly is. Yep. Like, yo, it is mad small. It's very compact. And when I think of, you know, Japan and Japanese culture and form factor and, you know what I'm saying? The S, from my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Saab, is what's doing better over there, I believe.
That's the one that they're actually selling. They're not really buying X.
They're not buying the X. See, what's funny is over here,
they got a lot of TCLs over there?
No.
But they
got high sense though.
They got.
I like high sense.
Yeah, the high sense.
What it is
literally their living space.
Yeah,
super small.
Yeah, it's just the way.
Like,
the structure is good.
Pretty much like whole rooms is like a closet to us.
Exactly.
Like,
it's a very different type of culture, living environment, and structure. So to me, the S, I could visualize it having appeal. And I'm not gonna front. Now that I own one, I'm like, yo, this is a nice piece of tech.
I wanted to tell you, congratulations.
Yeah, I got a little man. I had to. And then I got to get that, shout out to Jez, I wish she was on, because we both been promoting that Kickstarter. Screen, because all I'm doing is thinking about when we at the shows and we had to go, you know what I'm saying, bring the joint out. And, you know, so I'm about
next year I have xCloud, though.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I want to play on the big screen. You know,
I feel you. I might have to mooch.
No doubt. But yeah, look, it's good to see. You know, my main thing is also with Addict, the games. Keep catering to that market, because in order for them to be successful, they need to have that diverse Japanese lineup of games so that people in Japan can stay in Game Pass. They'll want to be part of Game Pass because they have games that actually appeal to them. And that's why I like when you see the Dragon's Quest, the Yakuza Like a Dragon, all these other stuff, obviously the Persona, and this stuff continue to happen. And that's testament to Phil and their aggressiveness and not giving up in the region. So that's what I got. But we gonna close out. Let's get the poll, then we can do the super chats, and then hopefully get Rand out of here. But new poll, man. So they're bringing the polls back. If your favorite gaming franchise on your preferred platform then becomes permanently exclusive on another platform, what action do you take? The choices are: A, I'm not picking up a completely different platform just to play my favorite game. Locking away exclusives is anti-consumer. Choice B, gamers go where the games are. If it's my favorite game, then I will play it on any platform it resides. Or C, keep acting like y'all don't care. It's all fun and games until it's your favorite game that becomes exclusive. Please rock the vote when it goes up. Salute to the legendary Rand al Thor, and I'm blaming him for ILP going longer because he threw a grenade on the field.
It's not my fault.
But he threw the COD Halo talk in here, so I'm blaming Rand for the extended time. No, but brother, it was an absolute pleasure, man. It's always fun to have you back in the room. Get your intro. It's been a minute, and I love what you're doing, man. I love Xbox too. I told you, you guys are one of my favorite podcasts
Actually, my favorite podcast, Xbox 2, is definitely.
And you got to be on it a couple weeks ago.
I got to be on that podcast.
Man, you dirty rat.
Man, you know, you need to hopefully extend the invitation to my brothers at some point.
But maybe we could do Xbox 2 crossover with ILP one day.
No. I want to be exclusive over there. All right? I don't want no merger.
You want no merger?
No merger?
That's right. I want an introduction.
Okay, so Xbox 2, where it's just instead of Jez, it's me and King.
Oh, that'd be crazy.
That's what you get if you win that Indiana Jones belt.
Yeah, but you gonna have the camera on?
No, sir. Camera's not part of this deal.
Yo, see, Addict. This is how you pull a fear out of somebody. Listen, yo, Phil. Day and date on that Call of Duty.
Oh, no,
got him on.
Yeah, let's go.
No, don't listen to them. But no, Rand, man.
The thing is, though, man, it's like you talking about what you might win for Rand. Rand already know he winning, so like, it's,
don't be afraid.
The moment,
it's like betting against the house.
Sometimes the house is betting against the owner. Like
sometimes you win. Shout out to the Brooklyn Nets. You're home.
The whole team. But look, man, shout out to you, Rand. Love what you're doing.
Love this dude.
Finished your podcast, but I'm glad you still came because I know you did a lot of podcasts this week, so this man has to be exhausted. But where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. It's always a blast hanging out with you guys. You know, even though we're approaching 4 hours, it's still a very entertaining 4 hours. Doesn't really feel like 4 hours, you know, but it was a great show. Yeah, if you want to check out the content, youtube.com/RandalThor19. Links to everything there, Twitter, Xbox, you know, all the good stuff. Videos should be resuming this week because I've just been exhausted. Every time I sit down to make a video, I'm just like, ugh, you know, because I've been talking about this stuff so much. Yeah, I just kind of needed a mental refresher, just kind of like what I needed with Ratchet and Clank, being like, okay, I need to get Mass Effect out of my system first, then I can play some Ratchet and some Final Fantasy VII Remake. But yeah, I appreciate you guys having me on. Make sure you guys hit the like button.
Yes,
come on now. Yeah, it was awesome.
Likewise, brother. Always a pleasure, man. Definitely will have you back. And also, everybody send some love to Jez, man. Was not feeling well. Usually tradition is we had the Xbox 2 right after E3, and I was talking to him. He was trying to make it, but yeah, he's still not feeling. So send some love to Jez, man. We definitely miss him. We hope he feels better. But the man with the million came through. Much love. Lord Addict, man. Glad you can make it, man. I know you got a lot going on, man. So what way can people find you? What's going on, bro?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. Definitely for everyone for coming through. We're setting up a day where we all play Sea of Thieves. Supposedly it's like on the 6th or 7th song.
Yeah, I think the 6th. Yeah.
Yeah, the 6th. So we're gonna do that for probably an hour and a half to 2, maybe. I don't know. See how it goes. Ironically, well, it's not ironic. It will be after the new content drops. So we're gonna be kicking it with Jack. Jack Sparrow. Yeah, so it's going to be a good time, and I posted that on the community page, and I didn't realize how many people would want that. Like someone was saying that the only way they want to do it is if you guys throw me in the brig for absolutely no reason. And someone said they wanted King to go and fish for TLCs off the sea.
I'm done.
It was pretty crazy. So yeah, be looking out for that. It'll probably be the 6th.
No doubt. You already know. And of course, coming in hot, my man, Lord Saab. What's going on? Where can people find you? What you got going on?
What's up? Apologies for my tardiness today. A little family event early in the morning, but you know.
Day, man.
Yeah. So but big shout out to Rand for coming through. The man with the million, always grounding us when we come up with these outlandish ideas. And of course, shout out to Jez. Yeah, you guys form a very formidable pair. I love the back and forth between you guys. So yeah, fantastic stuff. And yeah, you guys can find me, you know where? Twitter, retweeting everything under the sun, and hopefully feeling a little better next week, and then my voice will be back to normal. But
so. How do you feel that now more people are playing Mass Effect have come to the realization that one is the worst?
I was waiting. Yo, you know what's funny?
You weren't here in the beginning when we talked about it.
That's par for the course. You guys like to slander when I'm not here.
No, we was going to slander when you was here.
But I couldn't. They overwhelmed me. I try to get off the topic. They just, you know how COG is.
I know most of the people that came to it now are babies. You know, they're gonna be on the same train with Addict. They want Mass Effect 3. They think it's the best. Whatever. But, whatever. I'm glad you enjoy your action game.
So you can't sit here and attack me. What?
Grenade thrown.
Grenade thrown. Here we go.
Oh, I didn't attack you. I said you went with 3.
You should call me a baby.
Youngster.
Yeah, that early word.
Look, man. Look, there was nothing about the first one. I played Knights of the Old Republic. I played the original Fallouts. I played Fallout 3. Nothing about the original Mass Effect screamed, this is an RPG. Talk to him. RPG mechanics, but nothing screamed, this is an RPG.
Nothing screamed this. All the time you spent the menu didn't scream, this is an RPG. You're gonna tell me the whole game you played on the main UI.
Tell me
you never went to another screen to do anything.
Tell me
you
how
never equipped anything.
If you're gonna let me speak, you're gonna let me speak.
I'm just saying. You just told me.
Tell me how
it had no RPG mechanics.
Did I say it had no? I did.
So what didn't scream RPG?
Tell me how. Tell me
what did it? What about?
Are you gonna let me say it?
The fact that it was exactly. It's a shooter. It plays like a shooter, but beyond that.
Sob's IPS is high. Continue.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I'm just saying because if I called you a baby and that was overstepping, then you saying there were no RPG mechanics.
Like, how are you gonna ask me a question? I give
this
me
is
enough
how
time
Rand
to
turns
talk.
it into 5 hours.
Rand throws the grenades and then
I literally said, are you gonna let me?
No, I'm not letting you.
You Sob interrupts per second. Sob interrupt per second.
Then I know where we're at. All right, you don't want an explanation.
No, please.
Shoot your bars. Go ahead. Let's shoot your bars, man.
Shoot your bars. I'm just saying.
I just didn't like there were scenarios in that game. I didn't put a penny towards shotgun traits or anything like that. But my shotgun's still doing massive damage. I felt like that wasn't a huge RPG thing. When I'm talking to people in dialogue, there's not one time I saw where they're like, "Yo, you have a certain thing and a certain trait."
Why is this game doing this to me?
Because it's Rand throws grenades and then hides.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
And you can find Sob on Twitter.
Damn you, Rand.
Rand, he's giggling behind the scenes on that stuff. I already know. He's got the evil laugh. He's the controller behind the scene of ILO podcast. But anyway.
Somebody's like 4 more hours.
Lord King. What is going on, man? I couldn't find people find you.
First of all, I want to give a shout out to Rand al Thor. We're supposed to have Jez on today, so everybody give their prayers and wishes to Jez. Yes. It would have been great to have both of these two saboteurs on at the same time.
Saboteurs.
But we got the one mighty saboteur, the man with the million, Rand al Thor, even kills so much that sometimes he throw a wet blanket on top of you and make you calm your ass down. But I do love him. Even my YouTube algorithm loves him because if I leave my YouTube on, it finds its way to him. Yes. So I don't know how much he paid YouTube, but I need to. Let me stop joking like that because that ain't funny. But no, I can't wait to be on the show with you. Pressure on you. But I love having you on, dude. Like, really do. And I do appreciate the fact that you're not too big to come down to little old us to hang out with us for 4 freaking hours. God bless you, man. I'm all the way through from beginning to end. God bless you. But you don't have to stick around for these super chats. But you can catch me on Twitter, KingOTW. Catch me at Iron Lords Podcast on Facebook. Iron Lords Podcast on Instagram. We even have a TikTok, which is crazy. And KOS is up. Go to lordsofgaming.net. A lot of you guys just think that we're all about YouTube. No, we have a whole complete website where you can go to our Teespring store. That's great. But we have a ton of writers, up and coming dudes. And
Lord's Minute, y'all.
It's turned into a poaching ground for a lot of these big companies to come there to see their work and actually pick these guys from our great stables to go to the big league. So check out their writing. Great stuff there. These guys work hard, and every week, they have a Lord's Minute where one of us is having a conversation with them on different topics that you might find supremely interesting. So please go to lordsofgaming.net, where you will find more about the Lords than you do on our 4-hour shows.
No doubt. You already know. King said it best. Yeah, man. Again, salute the Rand, man. Pulled up. Always a great time. One of my favorites. Great discussion. Passionate topics today. Can't wait to see what happens with Halo. That's good. Now can't stop thinking about it. A lot of fun. And look, man, we got a ton more stuff, more fun shows, stuff planned. A lot of things going on. We are going to read a ton of super chats. So, Rand, you don't have to stay.
You want me to leave? Is this where you're telling me to get off the train?
I can kick you out now, but if you choose to stay through, it's all on you.
All right, I'll take off. Have a good rest of the show, guys.
You too, brother. Take care, brother.
Appreciate you, man. No doubt, no doubt. It's solved. We got work to do.
Yes, sir. So we have. Wait, I had it right here. Hold on a second. I had it right here. What the hell did I do? I got it. No, I don't have it.
I got it, but I don't got it.
Victor Alistine. Okay.
We apologize in advance if we missed anybody.
And keep in mind, I know.
I didn't miss any. No.
And keep in mind, I know some of you ain't gonna sit around for the super chats, man. For the people who ain't gonna sit around the super chats, go over there and visit Fonz, man. Go.
Fonz is just starting up right now.
No, he's not. He's been up for an hour.
We got a lot of super chat dudes that like to be funny, so we're gonna try to get through these.
We got a Victor Alistine $2 super chat support. You guys are killing it. Thank you, sir. Most appreciated. Then we have Malik Tyler, $5 super chat. All hail Phil Spencer needs a statue. King, talk to King about that.
Thanks. That costs too much money though. I'm trying.
Then we got Brap with the $2 super chat. Salute to all the fathers today. Great show. Thank you, my brother. Likewise to you.
Salute, brother.
Salute.
Victor Alistine once again, $5 super chat. Happy Father's Day to you all. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother.
And we have Brainstorm, $5 super chat. Gamers can't wait for E3. For Sony not to show up is disrespect not only to E3 traditions, but to their fans. Bet they would show up to the Tokyo Game Show.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
You trying to make it a race war.
Damn.
Savage.
And we got Jigga J. $5 super chat. Good afternoon, Lords and Rand. Just showing some love. I know it sounds funny.
Like he decided you.
Just some love. Happy Father's Day. Xbox is on fire. I'm weird for watching the conference 15 times. So excited. Wow.
I watched it more than you, brother. Trust me.
Then we have Nam Omar with the $5 super chat. Halo better not run up on the gooch. That's right. Call of Duty.
Leave that boy alone.
Don't believe that BS. Run up on him and beat him.
There you go. Then we have
down.
We have Dan Lazaro, $2 super chat. Cog and Addict are scared. King and Saab, I'm with you.
Thank you, brother.
Let's do
the
it.
Only time you beat a bully is by punching him in his mouth.
People get reality and scared mixed up.
Yeah, you stupid.
That was perfect. That was perfect.
Bars.
That's real bars.
We got DJ Berto Dos with the $5 super chat. I got friends that play Warzone almost every day, and they can't wait for Halo to drop. People are looking forward to that Halo freshness. I'm with I guess King and Kong.
And I get that, but I do want to state that there's a difference between them playing Warzone every day and Halo dropping on the day Warzone's new content drops. That's equivalent of them dropping Halo on the same day a big expansion comes out for Destiny. We're gonna have to sit there and be like, what do we gotta do? Like, what are we doing? Like,
I still ain't getting to the vote the glass. That says a lot. Let's go.
Then we got Dan Lazaro, $2 super chat. Halo equals foreman after retirement. Heavy hand, old man.
It's slow.
And he knocked out the champ and took his belt.
Yeah.
Don't you ever forget what Foreman did
to Michael Moore.
He split Michael Moore's mouth open. You watch yourself, sucker.
Then we got Smitty Smith, $5 super chat. PeteHines. My bad, Aaron Greenberg. Word? Nah, you lose. You get nothing. Good day, sir. The Book of X.
It was definitely in his bag.
Then we got Brett Bingham. We would expect nothing less from Aaron Greenberg.
What was just funny how Aaron answered that when Pete's like, man, I don't know how else to word it. He's like, I'm not sorry. Sorry, not sorry.
That's my dude. I love that dude.
Definitely shoot a shot.
Then we got Brett Bingham, $10 super chat. Tough crap. Bethesda games will be exclusive on PlayStation if Sony bought them. Sony says to Microsoft, do as I say, not as I do. I said Sony would play the victim, shaking my head, and it's true. They, it's they don't say anything to their base like, hey man, no, they're not. They're gonna play the victim like, we don't got these games. Then we got Darkest Hero, $2 super chat. Why didn't Pete apologize for Deathloop or Ghostwire Tokyo?
Facts.
Straight up. Andy Crawley, once again, $10 super chat. Happy Father's Day, Lords. You called it, Lord Dave. Enjoy the rest of your day, brothers. No doubt.
God bless.
And we got Brett Bingham, once again, $10 super chat. Oh, no, I just did it twice. RRD, $2 super chat. Knee bend on camera, Rand.
He ran from that.
Rand, get up out of that one.
He's like,
you got up out of that one.
Yeah, real quick.
No.
And immediately afterwards, Dano, $2 super chat, like, get him, King.
That's right. You ain't gonna come from my attic like that. You don't think, I fights like that.
He tried to show me. King pulled up and he was like, no, I'm good.
Nah, you gonna fight
because that camera started getting real.
Look,
Debo pulled up
at the time. That's probably when I'm gonna have to bend the knee for the little halo thing. So like I ain't trying to bend the knee like 3 times in a year. Red could have literally just like completely bluffed his way out of that whole situation. I wasn't trying to have none of it. Like, nah.
That was funny.
Then we have Lanzo86, $5 super chat. There's a level of entitlement with PlayStation fans, but the Bethesda deal hits different. It's bigger than Final Fantasy, bigger than Spider-Man. The salt is next level. Yeah, it's a lot of games, a lot of properties. That's for sure.
It's about to be worse very soon.
Then we got Cowboys fan 404, $10 super chat. Insomniac Games is a good studio, but some Sony guys were saying they were better than Rockstar and Naughty Dog.
They're not.
Send all those fools to the realm of no return. See, the thing is, I think they could be on that level, but
nice though.
Insomniac is ridiculous. It's just that Rockstar does whatever they like. Rockstar will take 10 years to make a game, and Naughty Dog, if they ask for 10, will probably get 10. Like, I don't know if Insomniac works that way or whatever. I think if they wanted to be at that level and be like, look, we're not it's out when it's ready, and that's it.
I think Insomniac's thing is their consistency and efficiency. They're good at oiling the machine, but until they make a game that's on the caliber of Last of Us or GTA 5, I can't give them that. Like, I think they're one of Sony's most efficient studios and probably the studio that's going to carry them the most. But when Naughty Dog drops the game, we all know everyone stops. Like,
I think Rockstar is the only company that can make one game, take 10 years for that new game to come out, but that one game they made is still rocking for 10 years.
Yo, I mean, look at those open worlds. Nobody's open worlds compares to they don't, not at all. So yeah, I don't know. You would have to have Rockstar cachet to just, whenever it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have that.
Yeah.
DJ Birdo, $2 super chat. Let me get a Sony baby.
Sony baby.
I want to point out, Blaze. I like how you dodged our little live reaction.
Blaze was not showing up, man. God bless.
It's a good thing too, man. That show was fire.
He ducked a good one, boy. He was like,
it's like the gaming gods told him, "Yo, don't join this one."
Wasn't he like visiting Rev at that time? He was.
I don't know. It's like the gaming god just sent an email. Look, man, I know you want to go here, but don't go.
Don't do it. It's about to get worse.
There we got post up $2 super chat. I agree with Addict. Overhyped and not worth $70. Talking about Ratchet & Clank.
Y'all did it.
Then we got Flame, $2 super chat. Relax, it'll be on PS4 like Godfall and Demon's Souls.
See you in October.
Then we got Ric Flair Andy with the £2 super chat. The world changing is just a Mass Effect elevator. Wow. Unbelievable. Wow.
Hit the pull button.
Ratchet & Clank slander.
Lasso.
Then we got actually it's written, so it's libel. It's libel. Andy Crawley, $5 super chat. Lord King, buy a coffee. Sorry for not using the correct, I guess, terminology. Respect. I said Lord Dave earlier. My bad.
No problem, brother.
To correct himself, the man's name is David, so you're good. Like
Lord Dave. That's like cool, King.
Salute. That's respect.
Then we got Mr. Irishman, £5 super chat. Fingers crossed this ends Xbox's Final Fantasy drought. Still waiting for some FF7 remake love. I think we'll be waiting for quite a while.
Yeah,
I want my apology letter.
I'm at this point, or don't I don't think you're getting it.
Me neither.
I don't think so.
It's cool.
I guess I'm not playing it anyway because, like I said,
no, I'm still playing it. I got that right now.
Nah, he's like, I'll play that. Addy, are you playing it again right now?
No,
I'll be playing.
No, I'm not playing the whole game again because PlayStation got that what's a good word we can use, King, for their lack of cloud saves naturally. Saves? I don't know, whatever it is.
The not automatic
local saves.
To go inside and turn on saves.
Like, you know what's funny? When I bought the Xbox Series X and I loaded up a game, it took my saves
pulled everything
because
from the
they have
cloud.
good saves. You get that GIF saves on PlayStation.
It's bad. The worst thing about it is like you could have it slaved in the cloud already, and it doesn't matter. You gotta download the old game. Why?
Wow. I guess sometimes so just
I lost
ready.
my Ghost of Tsushima date. I don't want to.
Oh, for real?
I lost my Persona.
Well, I know all my stuff is done, so all I got to do is actually log in and
like you starting over,
yeah. So I'm back.
Well, no, the good thing is the Tifa thing is a completely different.
Yeah, different game. That's why I'm like, all right, I'll do the integrate. Stupid, you stupid.
We got Flame once again, $2 super chat. That was me who said the addict in the brig. You're welcome.
Oh, that was Flame. Okay, salute to Flame. That's Lords of Gaming that in the building.
Then we have Dovahkiin89, $2 super chat. Bethesda is RPG kings. Mass Effect was an amazing story. Thank you very much.
Shout out to Dovahkiin. I remember him.
The slander. All right. Then we have the Rubber Knob with the $5 super chat. Caught the last 30 minutes, last few shows. Been fire, but the time difference kills me.
Sorry,
when you all
brother.
going back to the later show?
This is the latest show.
This is the latest show.
No, he talking about the earlier show, I guess.
The earlier
for him,
show, yeah.
the way the time goes.
Okay.
We don't talk about that till it happens.
Yeah, we don't do that until
got-
football makes us.
Exactly. Then we got Smitty Smith, $2 super chat. Hashtag Gimp Save PS5.
Gimp Save?
Yes, sir. We're
No
caught up.
doubt. Look, that was good. Yo, next week, gonna be another fun one. Relax, chill. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Happy Father's Day. All that good stuff. Salute to the realm for pulling up, hitting that like button. Rand,
bless.
Legend, God bless. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Unless anybody else got something to say. I'm out. Peace.
Sony, baby.